All right. Mic check. Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Okay. We're waiting on one more. See if he ends up showing up. But what is going on, everybody?
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
You got a new mic or something?
A little bit. What's up?
It's like some kind. I don't know if it's just me. It might just be me, but it's like an echo. Let me see.
Hold up. Wait till the music cut out, because that's probably what it is.
Okay. Say something.
You got me now? Are you still here?
You good? You good?
Okay.
You good? And I guess we just gonna do this thing until Terrence brings his ass on in here.
Yeah, T. He'll be on his own time.
It's all good. Okay. What's going on, everybody, man? A little something different tonight. I figure why not do something different, have some fun. What you sipping on? Is that water? Look like water.
Oh, I gotta hydrate first, bro.
Like a cup of water
to the side, bro.
A cup of water you over there sipping on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the plan tonight is, and this was your idea, to break down. So we've got a couple different topics, I guess, but it's all one big thing. So
right.
we're gonna talk about where these the current guys that are currently projected to be drafted. What, next month? When's the draft? Is it next month?
Yeah, about 4 weeks.
It's usually in April, so April, May, or whenever.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a look at these guys, Miami guys, Florida State guys, see where they could end up, what round, what pick, what teams. I think that's a good idea. We also want to look at, what did you say? Was it 2016 and see how some of these players, just see how both of these programs sort of matter of fact, you explain it better than me. Go ahead. You explain.
We had a couple different things. It's really all draft related. What we settled on with T was the current guys. So guys that are going this year, good fits for them, who we think they'd be, etc. And then the guys that are currently on the roster now, what's the future look like for them? So that's what it's pretty sure what we agreed on with him for the night. So basically looking at, we're all in the middle of the spring right now, a bunch of guys in camp, right? Getting stories on everybody. And I like to think we all think about like their future, you know what I'm saying? And look at your boy go. Their future and who they're going to be. So, just chatting it up and doing a little bit of projecting. That's really what that ends up being. So,
and we want to look at the current roster too, right? About who
correct.
The way too early for next year. Let's see who potentially. I think that's another thing we was going to take a look at.
That's right.
Sounds dope to me. And then I don't know if Terrence is ever going to show up, but that's all good.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he just popped in. Yes, he did. There he is. What's up, man? You good? No, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you muted like a mug, boy.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Nope.
No, we can't hear you at all, G. Phoenix.
This boy got his game headset on. That's why he probably can't hear you, because you got your game headset on.
That's exactly what the problem is. He probably got it plugged into the controller. Talking about trying to get on the stream. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll see.
Hit the like button, man. Hit the like button if you in here chilling. We're going to get started here in a minute. Hit the like button. Let everybody know we're in here. Okay, I think. Yeah, we hear you now.
We got you, bro.
All right. For some reason, is there an echo?
I'm good on my end.
No, there's people in the background. That's it. I don't hear nothing.
Yeah, I can't do nothing about that. Like I said, it was an impromptu celebration. Yeah. A shameless plug. I started one of my businesses, and
what are we celebrating?
Yeah, I'm celebrating. I'm about to hop on some Uncle Nearest, the originator of Jack Daniels. I'm gonna ask my fiance to bring that to me, and so I'm on that. No lie, as a Florida State fan, POLK, you might have to carry me because I kind of got caught off guard by the situation today. But I'm excited about this conversation, man. I'm excited about young men's futures. and where they can end up in the NFL because as everybody else knows, it's life changing money, man. It's life changing money out there for these young men, and hopefully it can happen for them.
I got a question for Mr. Ali over there. Since we talk about NFL prospects from FSU, can you educate everybody on the career of the great Kenny Shaw for me? Can we talk about Kenny Shaw?
Kenny Shaw, man.
Yeah, let's bring him
Kenny
up.
Shaw was one of the realest dudes out there as a young man. Maybe his NFL career didn't pan out how it should have or may have if he had done the right things or known the right people. Because I'll be real, I thought he had NFL talent. Didn't work out for him, unfortunately. But I will be honest, like sometimes it's about knowing the right people. If you have fringe talent, it's about knowing the right people. I ain't gonna sit here in front with y'all and act like I had fringe talent, but people who have fringe talent, they can get a career and carry them for 4 or 5 years. And that 4 or 5 years is life changing money for some people.
Well, look, didn't help him. He went to Cleveland, didn't he? Didn't he go to Cleveland?
Kitty, I think he went to Cleveland or somewhere. Like he might have, because I know where Shaw ended up in Jacksonville.
The bar is open, Brandon. The bar is open, man. By all means. But I don't remember where Shaw went.
Yeah, I don't necessarily remember where he went, but in situations like that, just like James Wilder Jr., he had an opportunity to succeed. I think did they try and play him at fullback?
Wilder went to the Bengals. I remember that.
Yeah, did they? I think at one point they even tried to move to linebacker.
So apparently, Kenny Shaw
Wilder was an H-back, man.
So apparently, Kenny Shaw had small stints with the Raiders, Jaguars, and the Browns.
I can see the Jaguars happening, especially since Rashad was there.
But played most of his career in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, played.
He wasn't a trash. He wasn't trash, but he didn't have the skill. He didn't have the athleticism that other guys did.
Right, you're talking about an undersized, not very fast.
He's an undersized slot. You're an undersized slot. You're
and that's saying something. Yeah, and that's saying something. So,
he was a taller Darren Sproles with less athleticism. You're not gonna fuck. But as an FSU fan, if you want to call it bias, I understand that. That's what it is. But I thought he had a shot.
You just know I can't let you leave that down. You was talking wild noise. The people don't know. You was talking some wild noise.
I said FSU had 3 draftable wide receivers.
So here's the better question. You have obviously we know the draft. I think y'all's number 1 guy is Asante.
Devontae, yeah.
In the draft this year, yes, it's Asante.
Wait, what are we saying?
Asante's your guy.
This year, our top pick, our top prospect is Asante.
And I saw what's his name, Hamza. I know he didn't run his 40, but they said his measurables, like he got an 81-inch wingspan or something insane.
He's like
that's
6'4",
nasty.
all of that. Yeah.
I
really wish he would have ran
y'all
a 40.
Can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I can hear y'all through my headset. Is the background noise a little bit cut out?
No, we good.
I don't even hear nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That makes sense, baby.
Yeah, we good. But no, and this just, I'm not going to try my best not to be biased in this, but dude, you look at Hamza's measurables by himself, like, my goodness, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you not going to even at the 3rd round flyer? Because you're not going to find but 3 guys on earth built like him. You know what I mean? Like, just
I think I know he didn't play but like 2 games last year, but I would argue
Hamza is Pat Watkins, bro.
I would argue his first
in a different league.
His first few years of tape is enough to get him 3rd, 4th round consideration. I really wish he would have ran that 40.
Mm-hmm.
He's Pat Watkins in a different league. Like the NFL is different now. We can all agree on that, right?
Mhm.
It's about being able to switch between positions because you could see Hamza playing
yeah.
a weak side linebacker.
Defensively, it's all about versatility.
Oh, you got the 1738 though.
Yeah, man.
I tried to get it, man. They was out of that. I'm in a different part of town. They was out of it here, so I was trying to get that, but I got the Uncle Nearest, like I said. But but at the end of the day, Hamza has flexibility. And that's the important part. Like you got to be flexible in the NFL nowadays. You got to be flexible if you're trying to be a mid-round pick. You got to be flexible. I guess we discussing him now.
I mean, just because that's honestly even on both sides, that's probably like, and we're gonna say that's the biggest mystery. If you were like evaluating dudes, because you saw the story on Hamza is 2019. You see a lot from Hamza, right? Did Hamza ever peak, like truly hit his peak potential? I think we would all agree that he left some on, there's something to be desired. But look, let's just listen to this. He measured in 6'3" and 1/8, 213, with an 82-inch wingspan, 82 3/4, right? 34-inch arms, which is that's an offensive tackle's length. You know what I'm saying?
Is it? Is it?
Yeah.
I need you on record saying that. No. I need you on record saying that. I need you on record saying that. 34 is offensive tackle.
Oh
yeah.
shit.
Okay. I just want to be sure.
You'll see them dudes. What's their names like freaks like Russell Okung and these dudes.
Andrew,
with like
you see him blazing over this shit, right?
Yeah, I see it.
Hey, you can't say shit else to me about my arm length. That's dead now. The T-Rex shit is dead.
No comment.
You snitching on yourself right now. You snitching on yourself right now.
I got 35-inch arms?
Okay. Okay. Don't believe that.
Minimum, I got 35-inch arms.
As a matter of fact, hey, Terrence, check the private chat. Just click on private chat.
Yeah, I'm there. God. I don't see that.
You don't see nothing?
Nah, I don't know why I don't see that.
It's because I probably said it before he got in here.
Yeah, okay. He told me to tell T-Rex to get in here.
Hey, hey, that's how you know this shit alive, bro. Hey, it's crazy with the dudes who like what's his name, Jackson, be talking shit. You just saw that nigga was like 6'2". Nigga 5'6".
At best.
On his good day.
Yeah,
but on the real, like all the things, all his measurables are there.
Elite.
Elite. Like you could put him almost anywhere in the back seven. In the back, 7.
Like straight up, if Hamza would have went out there and ran a 4.4, which apparently everybody's running a 4.3 at their pro day. Ain't that amazing?
Around, bro.
Ain't that amazing?
Believe that shit, man.
Everybody and their mama's just running out there running 4.3s. But if he had a legit
4.4, running 4.38, fuck out of here, man.
4.38.
Fuck out of here. He's fast.
But if he would have ran like a legit 4.4-ish type Hamza Nasruddin, I'd have been very interested to see if a team would have took a fly on a guy who didn't play
Davis,
for a year.
I see you on your Jack Daniels, man.
But you remember dude from the Cardinals, ALO, Deion Buchanan, a converted safety from Washington State. He converted the middle linebacker. I think if your boy
was a good fit.
But yeah, if you're a 4.5 guy and you put on 7 to 10 pounds, then you're probably going to be a nickel package linebacker in the league easily.
And without even having
to. But you know what I'm saying? The thing is, that 7 to 10 pounds in the NFL is actually pretty easy to put on.
Oh, they'll get it in the summer.
Yeah, they'll get that.
They'll get it one summer. He'll be at 220. You know.
And that's why I think the other part is we've seen some practice squad guys excel. And move forward in different ways, and then even from the running back position, putting on that weight changes concepts. I have a cousin who he spent a year or two on practice squad, and now he's had he maybe he ain't making big running back money, but he's able to put himself in a situation where he get a chance to start. He can get a 100-yard game. He had 100-yard games last season. That's back in the day. You get a 100-yard game as an NFL running back. That's you getting a contract.
Sure.
But that's why the NFL today is a different league. That's why this entire conversation that we're about to have.
It's a passing league.
It is. And that's why this conversation is different. That's why this conversation that we're having right now is a different conversation that we would have been having 10 years ago when we were younger men.
Man, can I shout out real quick this man, Tyler? I forgot about that game. And
Tyler's
as
my
a
guy.
Miami fan, I remember seeing the stat line. 22 tackles. I'm like,
that's insane.
You know what I'm saying? That's Derek Brooks.
Hamza single-handedly almost beat Boise if two seniors can get the fumble. Because he hit the guy. Remember? He hit the guy, forced the fumble, and the two seniors, Levante Taylor and Djax, I even hate saying his name, couldn't even pick up the fumble. They're literally both of them were sitting right there and couldn't pick up the fumble. No,
can Djax one day, maybe?
In what? Rugby? Maybe.
Know.
The hell?
Hey, you upset? Listen, hey, Jerry, you heard him?
I'm not even a Florida State fan, okay? But I remember when y'all got Levante Taylor. I remember because I remember talking to y'all boys about Levante Taylor. I let you bring the name up. And you never, everybody has a ceiling. He could have reached his ceiling in high school. I don't know what the deal was, but he was supposed to be the next guy, right? Because isn't Darby from the same area of the country he's from?
Darby from Darby. Yeah, well, they're both from the DMV, but Taylor is from Virginia Beach, if I'm not mistaken. Darby was from like more Maryland area.
Yeah,
but both from the DMV.
I'm saying, like, I remember thinking to myself,
who else we got from there? What was the defensive line we got?
Eddie Goldman was from that area.
Goldman, yeah.
Josh Sweat was from that area.
It was a pipeline at one point.
Yeah, Josh Sweat was from that area.
Sweat, yeah. But I remember Levante.
Kalen LeBourne from the same area. All those guys.
Yeah, you Levante just never pieced it together, bro, like that. He wasn't he the number one cornerback in this class.
So Levante
I don't think it's Levante's fault.
Me neither. I don't think it was his fault because
Levante was a leader on our defense.
Levante's first 2 years before all the foolishness started happening was lockdown. I mean, you just go look at his numbers. He was Asante Samuel-ish. He was Asante, like you couldn't throw on him. He was there, and then the changing defensive coordinator. We're not going to get into the history of what
they didn't give him a position, but he didn't have anywhere to play that fit his skill set.
It got bad.
Levante can succeed in the NFL.
Now Levante is undersized.
Yeah,
like if you think Asante Samuels is undersized, Levante's smaller than
Joyner
him.
was undersized. And I think Levante has the skill set of Joyner, but Joyner's just a harder hitter.
But Joyner is legit 220 at 5'10".
Joyner was a dog.
Joyner 5'8", bro. Let's be real.
Okay, even if he is 5'8", Levante Taylor is 180 at 5'8". There's a difference.
That's his problem.
A dog, bro. But Joyner was a dog, though. I wouldn't even, with all due respect to Levante, Joyner, they're not in the same class.
No, they're not.
Joyner's the better version. Joyner's what Levante could be.
So I got a question.
Right.
The question.
Yeah.
Who's lost more money than Marvin Wilson?
Ooh, come on, man! Don't do Big Marv like that.
Hold on.
Marv at this point last year.
Yeah.
Marvin was the number one defensive tackle, guaranteed first round type guy. I don't know. He was rated the number. I'm not talking about.
He was a top 10 pick. He was projected a top 10.
He was. So who was the top DT last year?
It was the guy out of Auburn, right? The kid out of Auburn, right? He was the first defensive tackle off the board. Yeah, Derek Brown was the number one guy.
Derek Brown, the FSU guy?
No, from Auburn.
The Auburn guy. I'm sorry. I'm a FSU and Carolina Panthers fan. I make it up sometimes. So the guy we took was the number one guy?
Number one D tackle. Yeah.
When did Ella? Maybe I'm confusing. When did Oliver go?
Ed
Oliver
Oliver
was 2 years ago.
That's 2 years ago.
Damn.
You're drunk. You're already drunk. It's okay.
I went to happy hour, bro. Like I said, it's a celebration. So my bad. My bad.
But yeah,
nobody went before Derek Brown.
No
D tackle wise, no. I think the second guy was the guy at South Carolina.
Yep. Javon
Kinlam.
Yep. But here's the thing.
So my point.
Marvin,
this year time last year, Marv is considered one or two top defensive tackles, like Jurgen just said, top 10 potential pick. I mean, Jesus, how the mighty have fallen. I don't think he goes. I'd be shocked if he went in the second. I think a team would take him in the third or fourth. The second would surprise me. He's 6'5", 215, 220. He only did 25 reps on the bench.
There's
receivers doing better. There's receivers doing better than that.
Man,
go ahead and talk about this with Marv.
You want me to tell you some truth? But I don't care how many times somebody do some reps on the bench. That don't mean you're stronger than me, bro.
It means you're lazy.
Being real. I hear it. I hear it. That's stamina. That's stamina.
But if you watch Marv and then you look at what he did in his pro day, it correlates. There were times where he would just disappear on the field. Couldn't get off of blocks, and it correlates, bro.
So his stamina is the issue. Can we say that?
It makes you,
because I really feel that's what it is.
It makes you look lazy, bro. Like if you're supposed to be no real talk. If you're supposed to be,
I hear you. I'm listening.
An NFL prospect, you should be at your absolute best at the biggest job interview you're ever going to have in your life. There's no doubt to me. A dude that's 6'5", 322 can put up more than 25 reps as a pure nose tackle, because that's what Marv is going to be, right?
That's what he's going to be, yes.
He's going to be a nose tackle. He's going to be a pure nose tackle who could probably give you some flexibility, right? You can't come up and give me 25 reps, especially if you got money on the line. He had a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, he did.
What I'm saying? Like, so, there's dudes.
Especially when he sat out the second half of the season and should have been doing nothing but training. Should have been doing nothing but training.
That's what hurt him more than anything for me. So I'll apologize to my FSU brethren.
Even though I know it. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I know a couple dudes saying, "Okay, I'm sorry," and whatever. I understand that.
Bro, you good?
I understand that. I've had my drinks, and I'm celebrating my situation. But at the same time, like I really was a big fan of Marv, and it hurts to see him really have diminished his stock this way. And I try to like make excuses because sometimes you're gonna make excuses for those guys that you really like even when KB hit NFL, like I tried to make excuses for him, but he just fucked it up. Like, but there's gonna be those guys you try to make excuses for, but they just fuck up their own situation. And to Wayne, they have the mental standpoint and the mental capacity to step up, but they don't do it.
To Wayne Tillman's point right here, I supported Marv when he did what he did. I thought if it was true that Norvell lied and I supported Marv 100%. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. NFL GMs now have seen you publicly call out a coach, and your play has not backed up. If Marvin Wilson goes out there and certifies his number one defensive tackle position, they'll overlook that. They'll overlook that. But now, not only did you publicly speak out against your head coach, which does not fly in the league, it doesn't fly, period. You were non-existent on the football field.
I'm gonna throw this out there.
So Marv, it's hard to defend Marv in any capacity, really. He's lost more money than anybody on these two teams that we're about to get into.
Well, the problem. This is what I think is going to happen, and y'all, because I don't know his work habits. Y'all keep up with that more than I do. But what he has to do, he has to go. Like if you talked about Marvin Wilson being a Pittsburgh Steeler, they'll get the best out of Marvin Wilson. If you talk
organization, he goes to the right organization, he'll be fine.
It's an organizational thing.
He has to have.
It shouldn't be that case. If you want to be an NFL guy, it shouldn't matter.
Well, if you're a third round type talent, well, he's on a fringe of that. He's as far as when he was coming out of high school, he was an elite talent.
He's third right now.
Yeah, I would.
He's a third round talent. That's why I said to you, Adrian, I said he's a day 2 talent.
Yeah, I agree. I'd be shocked if the team took him in the second.
Yeah, it'd be great for him. I think, and I'll go out there and say it now. There's 2 to 3 guys who are day 1 and 2 talents for us at FSU. Maybe, and Marv makes it 3. I don't know if he's the guy.
I think there's one guy for us for sure. I think
Asante,
when you're looking
correct?
Asante for sure. When you're looking at Hamza, I think you're looking at potential elite measurables, like we've already pointed out.
You can't. That's just too amazing, though, bro. But
we've seen guys get drafted higher for less.
Exactly.
Correct. So Hamza wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if a team took a shot at Hamza.
Pat Watkins today, and that's what I attribute Hamza to being, is Pat Watkins. Pat Watkins today goes day 1 or 2.
Here, but this is let's pause for 1 second. If we're gonna say, because I'm using a couple of different sources. Hamza's viewed as a top 64 talent, right? So and this is just coming from overall rankings.
Okay.
They're putting him in top 64. That's top 2 rounds, right? Marvin, they got him way down in the hundreds in most cases.
Doesn't shock me.
But we're not talking about potential ability. We're talking about a draftable kid, right? And you didn't show me on the field that I'm going to get the best out of your talent, right? So to the point, when I bring Marvin Wilson into camp, let's say I bring him into a Pittsburgh, like I mentioned, because I think that'd be good for him to go play nose tackle for a 34 team, right? But if I come into Pittsburgh, is Cameron Hayward going to make you look like a hoe every day? I don't know how else to say that. But you know what I'm saying? Like you have dudes up there, y'all know what I mean? There's dudes up there that do this for a real living, like feed their families with this, have changed their lives with this. Are you going to go out there and be outworked by every dude that's currently on the roster? Because the one thing about the NFL, you can be talented, but they don't need you that bad. You know what I'm saying? There's somebody else that's willing to come in there and do all the right things all the time.
So unless you're a quarterback or something we've never seen, everybody's replaceable.
So I'll speak from this standpoint. Mm-hmm. I know a guy, his name's Dietrich Wise, and he literally has like the measurables that he's just he has the measurables. Like literally, like his hands, like meet them in person, like he has the hands of like a guy like JJ Watt. Big dude, big human being. And those things matter. But the other part, he plays for the New England Patriots. And guess what? The Patriots get that out of him.
Sure. But
most recently he was playing for the Patriots. They get that out of him.
Because you have no choice though. Like look, let's be real with college football for a second. I don't care how loaded your roster is. There's dudes that are just better at everything than the person behind them. And there's no way that they're not going to play. And Marvin's that guy. There's no question. If you could have dropped him on every team in the country. There's no way you can go through 5 practices and be like, "No, I'm going to bench that dude on Saturday." There's no way. There's no way.
You can't
unless Aaron Donald's in front of him.
Right.
Yeah. No, and Aaron Donald's an anomaly.
I'll say this.
We can agree that Aaron Donald and Oliver, they're anomalies.
And that's my point. That's my point. Like, unless you have that level of just excellence, it's like, man, there's no way I can't start Marv. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, and this is truthfully as a Miami fan, Marv would have started for us, no question. There's no question. You drop in the Miami locker room. I really mean that. He'd start over Nesta tomorrow. He's gifted. There's no way you can watch Nesta and him practice and not be like, there's something different about this human being. Like he's a monster.
Hey, look, you heard that?
No, I spent the whole year defending Marvin Wilson.
I respect the hell out of that, bro.
I spent the whole year telling people. I spent the whole year on this channel, and everybody in the chat can tell you, defending Marvin Wilson and telling you that a lot of things that he doesn't show up on a stat sheet. Everybody always wants to talk about sacks when it comes to defensive linemen. Marvin Wilson isn't there to get sacks.
No.
He's there to eat up blockers and create other people to get sacks.
He causes fucking havoc.
But the problem is he didn't do that this year. He called out a coach.
The coach deserved to be called out in that situation.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve
to be called out.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve it.
Because
I supported him 100% when he called him out.
I know, but he did what he was supposed to do as a leader of the team. And then now he had to back that up as being a leader of the team. And that's a difficult position to be in.
When you
need to be that guy to do that.
When you go publicly, when you go publicly in your money year, and that's the decision you make, fine.
Had he not gone publicly and someone else of lesser standpoint did, it wouldn't have had the same impact. I'm just being real though. It may not be the point, but from a standpoint of just objective reality, like if somebody else had done it, maybe if Durden had done it, like Durden, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, nobody cares what Durden would have to
exactly.
I agree with you there.
But it carried weight, and let's not pretend like it didn't mean anything.
You can carry weight in a locker room
meant something
without being on Twitter.
And it didn't dismiss everything that happened afterwards because there was an explanation.
Hold on. You can be that guy in the locker room every day. You can hold Norvell accountable face to face, right? Now I understood he felt like they needed to be heard. I'm kind of the big dog here, let me say it. But I think what Alo's saying is when you put yourself in that position, you gotta do what you gotta do and look lazy at times. You can't do
what you gotta do.
Because you now, if he was to come out and say, and again, I know the sack totals is what everybody focuses on, but to your point, Alo, when he played Miami, I thought he played a hell of a game, right? Mm-hmm. That's just me watching. I thought he played a really good game. He was honestly, he was very motivated. Even down, he still played. Obviously, it's probably because of the rivalry, right? But if you're looking at Marvin Wilson in Miami, if you saw that Marvin Wilson against team A, B, C, D, E, and F, then okay, you know what? I'm not going to look on that thing off the field and be like, you know what, man? Can I really trust this kid to stay quiet and handle things in house? You see what I'm saying? Now, when I see the play, on the field, you know what? Let's have that conversation there.
I'm saying what I'm saying. Man, I can respect that. That makes sense.
Look, I can't. I'm talking me personally. I can't stand in front of my group of troops and tell them one thing, and when the bullets get to flying, I go hide behind a bunker or something.
I can't say that's what he did, bro.
It's not necessarily. I'm not going to say that's not necessarily what he did, but you have to. You can't be just another guy. You're Marvin Wilson. You're #1 defensive tackle in the country projected. You can't be just a part of the rotation. You have to be the guy.
That guy.
You have to be Timmy Jernigan. You have to be Timmy Jernigan.
Big time Timmy Jim.
You have to be.
Hey, say his name right, man. Big time Timmy.
Well, if we're gonna say his name is Ocho Loco, but you gotta be literally, you gotta be these guys, man. And Marv just was another cog in the wheel. He never stood out. And then you go to your workout and all his numbers are average at best. All his numbers are average at best.
Boom. So I'm gonna give y'all something because clearly Marvin Wilson. This is a polarizing conversation, which I love polarizing because it sounds like if I was to talk to FSU fans, you'd be on either side, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I feel not to cut you off.
I don't. Honestly,
go ahead.
In my best opinion, he could go day 2. But I wouldn't be surprised if he went less.
The temperature and obviously my chat.
And he could have been a day 1 guy.
My chat and my audience.
And the ability to be a day 1 guy. Period.
My chat and my audience has a little bit, I'm not gonna say we represent the entire FSU base,
Sure.
but guys in my chat room, 18 people in here, hit the like button. They aren't big fans of him. Again, like I said, I've defended Marv against a lot of guys. I don't know. I almost feel like most of FSU they're sour on Marvin Wilson for whatever reason.
I want to be real. I'm sorry, Jer, but I want to be real. It's just a matter of wanting to believe in the program. And from my standpoint, Alo, you know me, like I'm not the biggest fan of my guy, White Boy Mike is what I call him. And ain't nothing wrong with that. But I'm not the biggest fan, but I want to understand where this program is headed under him. And when it comes to guys like Big Marv, I'm just like, the talent is there. I feel like if you're that coach, if you're that guy, and maybe I'm spoiled dealing with, Bobby Bowden, one of the greatest of all times, and Jimbo, who's one of the greatest of right now. I say that very fluidly, but
you said what now?
I say Jimbo's one of the greatest of coaches right now, one of the best coaches right now.
Yeah, he
is. He's one of the best coaches right now. Yeah. And I say that fluidly because maybe people don't agree with me, but he's one of the best coaches right now. And we've been spoiled. We've been spoiled. We've been spoiled with our coaching staff, and maybe that's why I see talents like Big Marv, and I'm like, why can't we get that out of him? That's how I see it. Why can't we get?
I hate to say it, but it might be time for a certain Polk County guy to call it a day. And I've been not wanting to say that for a while, but it might be time for a certain guy. It might be time for a certain guy.
Name.
It might be time for Odell to hang it up. And
get the fuck out of here.
I knew you wouldn't like it, but no,
that's emotional. That's you being emotional.
Time out.
You being emotional.
Terrence, I was right there with you. But Terrence, time out.
I know.
Time out.
And you know what? I'll be real. I'll wait before you explain yourself. I know what you're saying, but it's just like Odell knows the state of Florida, bro. He knows the state of Florida.
I know.
But I get what you're saying. Maybe the culture's changed.
Well, let me ask you a question. Because you're talking about the state of Florida. In the last 4 years, name me a defensive tackle he's recruited.
Okay, man.
Name me a blue chip D tackle he's recruited. Name me a blue chip D tackle. And that's that. I'm not talking about last year. I'm not talking about the year before that. Last 4 years, name me a blue chip he's recruited.
You're right, bro. Eddie, well,
no.
Eddie wasn't blue chip. So
Eddie was way before 4 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
Eddie Goldman was 5-star, but that was not 4 years. Eddie Goldman was at the height of Jimbo's run. In the last 4 years,
and that's why there's a balance between me and you, bro.
And I don't want to hear that. Oh, because Florida State's not been good. We're still recruiting 5-star defensive backs, still recruiting blue chip running backs, blue chip wide receivers, but we can't recruit. Florida State can't recruit defensive tackles.
So here's the plus and minus of doing what you're doing, bro. You got a channel, you got an avenue to present your opinion. I'm gonna put you on the spot, and I know this may be what brother to brother would do.
I love it. Do it.
Is it Odell that's changing our defensive line? Is you putting that on Odell?
No, what he's saying is
no. That's not on you, Jer. Hold on. I appreciate your opinion. Hold on. No, I want to hear what he has to say because I think the people need to hear this.
Outside of 1 year, we've been a 4-man front. Outside of 1 year under Taggart, we've been a 4-man front. So don't give me we change defensive lines all the time. We've been a 4-man front.
I'm not saying that.
Outside of 1 year.
I'm not saying you're even wrong to have your opinion, but I want you to go on record for your opinion in regards to where we are at with our defensive front and the people that we're putting up there.
Again.
Because at the end of the day, like, as a coach, Odell is responsible, right? That's what you're telling me. That's what I feel you're telling me.
For his position
group. That's his position group. He's responsible for that. So are you saying when different coaches come into town We've had 3 in the past 5 years or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Odell hasn't adapted to what his coach, his leader, his commander-in-chief has told him they need. It's Odell.
I'm saying if there's one position that if I'm a recruit and I say there's stability at that position, it should be defensive tackle because Odell's been there since Bobby was there.
Correct.
If there's one position where if I'm a recruit and I say I know this guy is going to coach me my entire career, it's defensive tackle. Yet we can't recruit one. This last cycle, we didn't recruit one true defensive tackle. The year before that, we recruited one defensive tackle who didn't even academically qualify, so he doesn't count. We're not recruiting defensive tackles.
Mm-hmm.
We're not recruiting them, period. We're not signing any. And if there's one guy that should have that faith in these kids in high school, because he's been there nonstop, he ain't going nowhere, it should be Odell Haggins. Yet we can recruit 4-star defensive ends, 4-star linebackers, 4-star DBs, 5-star DBs even. Every position we're still able to recruit. We can't recruit the trenches. That's an issue.
Man to man, I understand what you're saying. I completely understand it. And I think what you're saying at this point.
Before you finish, let me ask you one question.
Go ahead.
Before you finish. You know who Tywone Malone is?
I don't. I don't.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest.
So this past cycle, FSU was in the running for 4/5-star defensive tackle. He's like the number 2 defensive tackle in the country, Tywone Malone. Out of that DMV, no, take that back. He's out of New Jersey, but he was still Northeast. Came down to Ole Miss, A&M, and Florida State. Odell in his prime, does he pull him?
It should happen.
Odell in his prime pulls Tywone Malone. Not even a question, in my opinion.
It should happen.
He signs the Ole Miss. He signs the Ole Miss.
Why?
Now,
so why did that happen?
Why does he sign the Ole Miss? How does that happen? Not A&M.
Well, I would say this.
I would be
Ole
more
Miss been pulling on D-line.
But when they were paying Kim Dichie, they were paying Kim Dichie, get the hell out of here. When they were paying Kim Dichie and Tunzel and
they
the boys,
put some D linemen. Like I'm just saying,
Odell got out recruited by Ole Miss. That's
let's pretend. All right, I know we on live and all, but let's pretend like nobody's paying. Let's pretend like nobody's paying. Ole Miss is a meh. Like
but that's the problem.
That's
the problem.
I get it. And FSU should pull it. In that situation, FSU should pull it. I'm completely agreed upon that. It should happen. But we're pretending, bro. And bags drop different in the SEC and the ACC.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But that's not the driving factor.
Right. Wait, no, because me and you have had this conversation, Jurgen.
Terrence, that's not the only
have
driving
ACC
factor.
and have FSU bags drop the same way SEC bags drop.
But what we're talking about, though, is Adrian's talking about in principle. Because I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm going to operate under, and this is coming from Miami fan, because we did our dirt. I'm going to operate under the assumption that if you're good, you may not be cheating, but you're definitely bending some rules.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure if Odell had it in good with the kid, Odell could bend some rules.
Because I'm sick of hearing every prospect say, "I love Odell. He's the GOAT. He's the best at his position."
Right?
I'm sick of hearing that, but you don't want to play for him?
That's crazy. I'm trying to understand that. I can't lie. I'm trying to understand that, Alo.
Real quick.
I'm trying to understand that.
Just to address the chat, Antonio Dupree, the best defensive tackle he's had as of late was Robert Cooper, 2018. 2018
Coop was a beast. Hey, Coop a beast. Coop gonna get drafted off of his. Hey, to be real, Coop getting drafted. Is Coop being drafted this year? He in the draft?
No, he came back.
Next year.
He came back. He'll be
next year probably. Coop gonna get drafted off of what he did in high school, straight up.
Coop's good. I'm not saying he's not. Well, he's not gonna get drafted off what he did.
Coop gonna be a 3-4 nose tackle off of what he did in high school.
You know he lost all that weight though.
Right.
He's a 3-4 nose tackle off of what he did in high school. I don't care how much he weighs.
He's not 390 no more. He's not 390 no more.
He's 350.
No, he's not even.
Bro, if you
dropped
don't believe
a lot of
he's
weight.
350, I'm sorry, bro. He's 350 minimum.
Coop's not 350 no more.
He's not. But listen,
you got to go look at him, bro. He's not 350.
I hear you guys.
But T, that's your only guy. That's your only guy right now. That's the only guy you have right now, Cooper, that you can look at and say that was an elite talent when he walked out of high school. And that's all Alo's talking about. And there comes a point where it's kind of like, what's his name? And this is no disrespect to Odell, right? But if you look at Andy Reid when he was in Philadelphia, right? It's not that Andy Reid couldn't coach. Andy Reid's message just dried out. At some point, people just got sick of hearing Andy Reid. And he goes to Kansas City and wins the Super Bowl in 5-6 years, right? So this isn't disrespecting the coach. Adrian's just simply saying, look, there's a track record and there's a certain standard that y'all are expecting to meet. Like if you was talking about from a Miami fan, when we look at Manny recruiting, we got to say to ourselves, well, what's Manny good at recruiting historically? Safeties. If Manny doesn't bring in a good safety in the class, I'm going to look at Manny suspect because that's what you're supposed to do. You see what I'm saying? When we didn't have good linebackers come in, that's never been Manny's thing. We got to improve that position. But you see what I'm saying? Like he's just talking about from a standpoint of Odell, maybe that message is just, it's not connecting the way it did, say 5-10 years ago.
When I first heard
it's a Mickey situation.
When I first heard people say, because this isn't a new conversation. In Florida State, this has been a conversation for at least a year and a half.
Right.
When I first heard people say Odell needs to go, I said, you're crazy.
I'm on the extremist end of that.
And then I took a step back and I looked at it and I said, you know what? Whatever you should have did was gave Odell the head coaching spot over Willie Taggart.
Yes.
That's what they should have.
Odell should have been a head coach.
Because at this point, we're on the verge of really asking for Odell to be fired.
Yes.
And I don't want him to be fired. I want him to move him to a different position.
Odell's in Mickey's situation, bro.
But
Odell is in Mickey's situation straight up. He's someone who we love, but he's not the guy for where we're at right now.
And I saw your face, Jurgen, and I'm gonna let you talk because Tyler said I gotta let you talk, so I'm gonna let you talk, Jurgen. But because I saw your face. But let me say this real quick.
Yeah.
I saw your face when I said this. The reason I said they should have let Odell just get that head coaching job instead of Taggart, he had some momentum. They had They won the bowl game. They won the games to get into the bowl game after Jimbo left. He wins the bowl game. If there was ever a time to do it, you give it to Odell. Now you can make the case that, well, what if Odell would have did what Taggart did? Would you have fired? I got all of that. They should have.
Tell you the truth.
Go ahead.
Odell might win more games.
He might have.
Hold on, real quick.
I really feel like Odell.
If you're talking about T, let me get into this because we had this talk about Odell in our personal chat, right? Yeah. We did, and this is what I said to you at the time. There was a conversation that involved was it Stoops from Kentucky? That was one of the names that popped up, and there was two other names, and I told y'all. Am I wrong? Go ahead, Alo. My fault.
At the time that Taggart was coming?
No. At this Norvell.
Okay. Norvell. At the time that Taggart was coming, Taggart was their number one choice.
Right, but
and they got when it came to Norvell.
Was Stoops? Bob Stoops.
It was Bob Stoops. It wasn't Mark. It was Bob.
It was Bob.
And you had legit outlets saying that Bob was in Tallahassee.
Right.
It was Bob. Now I never bought in. I never bought in. But when I saw some of these outlets reporting Bob, I'm like, holy, okay, maybe. But obviously it didn't.
But that's the point though, is and that's why I made that face with Odell, because I remember the names that was out there.
Well, right? No, I'm not saying Odell after Taggart. I'm saying instead of Taggart.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm saying never hire Taggart and keep Odell. Okay. I'm not saying after. See, the problem, because I've been on the record with this, the problem with hiring Taggart, with hiring Norvell is, who I don't have necessarily a problem with, but you don't pay $20 million for Taggart to go to Boca,
right?
And hire Mike Norvell from Memphis, Tennessee. You don't do that. You don't do that.
Shout out Willie Tito. this is me being my FAU
Yeah,
fan.
because you're a FAU alum.
Willie's doing what Willie's attracting.
Willie doing what he should do.
But what he's getting to Boca Raton right now is crazy. And I would almost argue that he got this kid from Penn State, a former 4-star.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's what I thought he was gonna do in Tally. I thought he was gonna get a lot of low-hanging fruit and say, you know what, let's get it. You feel me? But I don't know why. It just seems like FAU, he got a fresh breath.
We're getting a little off topic. We're getting a little.
We're gonna get back to that. I just want to speak on a personal point. I apologize, Alo.
Oh, go ahead.
On a personal point, what you spoke to right now, Jared, my cousin committed because of Alo. Not Alo.
Because of me.
Hey, Alo, you got some influence. You got some influence. Right. No, my cousin committed because of Willie Taggart. He was committed to Kansas. He was a FSU commit at one point. Mm-hmm. Well, he was FSU. He was leaning to FSU very heavily. Mm-hmm. All crystal balls were FSU, and then he committed officially to Kansas, and then he ended up at FAU. Matter of fact, his mama didn't know he was going to go FAU. Mm-hmm. Everybody in the family thought it was FSU. Mm-hmm. But Willie did that. So you're saying that, but at the same time, I think that's the game we're playing with commits.
Well, I think with FAU, it's a little. Here's the thing with Florida State. People forget Willie was in the running for Thibodeau, who's probably the best defensive end in college football over there at Oregon.
At Oregon.
He was in the running for Savell Smalls, who there was this big controversy, and he's over there at Washington now. Taggart was in the running for Evan Neal, Alabama offensive guy. The problem that Taggart and that staff made when it came to recruiting, they were in the running for guys, but they didn't see the writing on the wall. They weren't getting these guys. So instead of saying, you know what, let's move on and find someone else, they put all their chips into guys they weren't going to get. And you go a whole recruiting class and you don't sign one offensive skill position player. Mm-hmm. In 2 years, he doesn't sign one quarterback. How do you do that as a head coach? Mm-hmm. How do you go entire year and you don't sign one wide receiver, one running back?
But that's why. So going and to get it back, because you talk about get back on topic, that's kind of why the situation is what it is now. You're looking at the roster, and you're looking at draft day, and you're saying, okay, who's going to come up here and work out at this pro day? Well, they're coming to see 3 people: the cornerback, the safety, and the D tackle. Right? Asante, Nazarudine, and Marvin Wilson, right? And
I think people are coming to see Terry too, but we can talk about him a little later.
Terry, the physical specimen, is going to be in the conversation, ain't he? Like, there's no, you kind of want to know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, the guys that are really giving you a draft grade right now are dudes that he was frankly successful at recruiting. For whatever reason, he couldn't get those other guys in, though. That's just. And that's unfortunate, really, for the program and just for the kids in general, But yeah, man, I'll say this, because we focus heavily on your guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's get on some Miami guys. Let's talk about it. You bring it up. Because I do have a question about some Miami guys. And that
let's talk about
Rousseau.
Yeah.
Did he lose any money sitting out a year?
Absolutely, because his teammate, would have been his teammate, and would have made an unblockable duo as far as I'm concerned.
Phillips.
Right. His teammate comes in. I think Phillips is riding with a ton of momentum, right? Lost to UNC in the books, lost to Oklahoma State's in the books. You've seen Phillips as of yesterday, and I haven't seen Rousseau, since, Trump was in office. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got to really look at it. But I think the one thing that this draft class is teaching me just about actually, getting kids in the future, this transfer thing is actually working out for us, right? Because both of our transfers came in outperformed, in my opinion, and are exceeding what I would have thought are their draft grades prior to coming to Miami. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely think Rosal, and here's another thing that always happens, and I don't know if y'all hear this enough. I've had FSU fans tell me, you y'all only good because of these transfers. Rosal was a 3-star prospect. You know what I'm saying?
And we're taking a bunch of guys. Kid. We're taking a bunch of transfers too. So if anybody that says that is stupid.
Now, mind you,
our starting quarterback is going to be a transfer. Just so
full
you
of
guys know.
shit.
Right.
Everybody full of shit that when they go to that.
But at the end of the day, gotta give Manny credit for identifying and developing Rosal. Right, he was 210 when he got to Miami. 6'6", 210,
which is crazy. Which is crazy. That shows how bad our offense. That shows how bad our offensive line was. That we let a 210 guy dominate us like that.
Yeah, he did his thing. You know what I'm saying? But
whatever.
He came to campus 210 and he got developed, man. But I'll say this: I think if you're looking at, and I was telling y'all earlier, I don't think Rosal can stand up at the next level. I think he's going to be an inside outside like
I agree with you there.
You know, an inside outside tweener who's probably going to be really good in the run game and has to learn how to pass rush. But I think his upside is higher than anybody. I don't know if y'all really. I mean, y'all have seen him.
A little bit off topic.
Mm-hmm.
I hate how they're trying to stand every defensive end up nowadays. I hate that.
Trash.
I fucking hate that, man. Like,
do what you're good at. Do what you're good at, bro. Like,
stop trying to stand everybody up.
Right.
Some of these guys need their hand in the dirt, 3-point stance, pinning their ears back.
Right. 90% of the time. 90% of the time, go forward, if not more. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't. If you're looking, and again, we'll talk about Rosal because you brought him up, Elo. When he played against y'all, you saw him line up at 4 different positions in that front, right? You never saw him stand up, and he was a gamer. You know what I'm saying? As soon as he got that little crease, he got in the backfield, he stretched out. You know, it looked like, I think I said earlier, like Quentin Coples and you know, Julius Peppers, like these really long, lanky, you know what I'm saying? And that's what you saw, man. You really can't, in my opinion, you can't teach that. Why would you take that and say, hey, I need you to cover this tight end on the out route? That's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Let him get to the quarterback, you know? Let him get to the quarterback. But yeah, man, I think he lost. I think if he would have played, him and Phillips would probably both be double digits.
You still expect him in the first round though. Because I do. I still think he's the first rounder.
Who's first round? What was
Rousseau.
Yeah.
He is.
So
there's no way.
But if you're saying he lost,
there's nobody with his athleticism and skill set.
But I think
that's going to surpass him.
I think what Jurgen's saying, because Jurgen's saying he thinks he lost money. So I think you're thinking that he went from potential top 5 to top 20.
He's a Jadeveon Clowney type talent.
He has.
I know that's exceptional.
Clowney's interesting. That's a bit of a stretch.
I know. He's Myles Garrett
now,
at least.
Now he might have Clowney type talent now.
Right.
He's Myles Garrett at least.
The reason I say it's a stretch, because I mean, Jurgen, we had these conversations. Terrence, we had this when Clowney came out. Clowney was considered generational.
For sure.
Clowney was
number 1 overall pick.
Clowney was supposed to be, I don't know, like Julius Peppers on steroids. Like Clowney was supposed to be the nigga. now credit to Jurg, because I from the jump, Jurg always liked Khalil Mack over Clowney.
Yep.
He did.
So credit to Jurg on that.
Yep.
Jurg always he always said I'd take Khalil Mack over Clowney, and I was like, nah, you crazy. But Jurg was on to something, and Khalil Mack has had the damn better career than Clowney.
He had, but y'all don't remember this. We did a mock draft that year, and I picked at Oakland's pick. I picked Aaron Donald that year, and people thought I was stupid.
That's who you picked. Hey, beyond anybody else that we ever talked about, Jurg knew Aaron Donald.
He did know Aaron Donald too.
It was a done deal.
Hey, Aaron Donald, in all honesty, might be one of the greatest defensive linemen of all time.
Yeah, we've talked about that before. And for me, Aaron Donald just didn't translate.
You thought so.
Because you saw what you saw.
I saw size.
268. You saw 268.
I saw size.
Yeah. You saw that he probably played at 250.
And at that time, you know, again, I've said this before, so I'm definitely not ashamed to say it. Jurgen Henry is one of the greatest. Great is a word, but you know, I'm not trying to stroke your ego, but you're one of the best football guys I've ever met, bro. It's one of the reasons why I respect you and love you. Like I've learned from talking to you and Mike, I've learned a lot about the game. We
got to get Mike on here.
We definitely got to get Mike on here.
Yeah.
From just talking to you and Mike, I've learned so much about the game. Now, yeah, you're right. I would Aaron Donald, and that's not hindsight talking. But knowing what I know from you now, looking back on that draft, I probably would have been like, yeah, Aaron Donald's the guy. At the time, I just saw size, and I was like, there's no way that size translates to the league.
Exactly.
And I was wrong. I was dead wrong.
You can never, though. You're talking about, and this is kind of why Rousseau, but by the way, I don't think Rousseau is going to be, and this is just, I'm not trying to be a hater, right? Like, I'm never going to do that. I'm just being as objective as possible.
Well, you can be a hater, but go ahead.
Yeah, to fit your narrative, but I don't think he's gonna be Julius Peppers level. You know what I'm saying? He has that talent. I think you said it between Peppers and really Quentin Coples. Those are the two dudes I think of when I look at him, and I think he lands in the middle. But
I remember Coples.
Right, but and Coples is an 8-9 year NFL player.
He was supposed to be the dude, though.
He was supposed to be
because his body type. The body type is rare. That's the thing about Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald was a physical anomaly. If you look at Rousseau, he's lined up as a physical anomaly. Even Jalen Phillips to an extent. If you really look at Jalen Phillips, I don't know if you've seen.
What is his measurables? Because isn't Phillips all of 6'5", 240, 50, something like that? He's prototype.
And that's the thing is he's prototype, but he's also prototype. I look like Bruce Smith when I put on pads. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna look at Jalen Phillips and you say, you know what, I got a starter for 10 years if I want to keep him, right? Same thing with Rousseau. There's no way you don't look at him and say he can't start for me for the next 10 years. That's why they're gonna go top 20. We have to remember the part of this drafting thing, especially in the first round, you don't want to be the coach that was wrong. You don't want to be that guy, right? So you don't want to be the guy that took Mitch Trubisky over Deshaun Watson.
Absolutely not.
You see what I'm saying? So you don't want to be the guy that says, man, I really like who's the dude from Penn State, the DN, we were talking about 14.
Parsons.
No, the other one, the DN who we've never heard of. Oway or something like that.
I have to look it up. So many people are running 4 threes. I don't pay attention to the shit no more, to be honest.
But you look at Oway or whatever his name is, and you say to yourself, okay, am I going to fall in love with that talent and pick him over? Because you're going to look at the numbers. Am I going to pick him over Jalen Phillips because he out-tested Phillips? Don't be wrong about this. You know what I'm saying? There's a very, very big chance you could be wrong if you take that kid over.
But think about what you're asking, though. You're asking somebody to be wrong about that. How many times have people been wrong about that?
They're going to be.
A shit ton.
Yeah.
More often than not. Unfortunately, more often than not. Right. Everything that everybody thinks is right, they're trying to be ahead of the curve. Everybody's trying to be ahead of the curve. Everybody thinks NFL is evolving, and it is, but to an extent. And when I say what I'm saying, I think we need to bring it back to what this conversation is supposed to be, and I think we should do that in the next 45 minutes or so. That way, we're not going too far into it.
It don't matter, bro.
The NFL is evolving so much that everything we're about to say right now about each and every player could change in 5 years.
You want me to tell you where I'm going to disagree, though?
I was just about to say, I don't really agree with that. But
so you don't think it's a cycle? You don't think the NFL can circle back the running game?
No, I don't.
No, you want me to tell you why?
I don't.
And this is one thing I think about what people say about the league. It's not a running league anymore, right? People don't run the ball now. This is my opinion, right? I don't know if I can back this up with fact because there's not a statistic.
Yeah.
The people that are stopping the run in 2020 are 10,000 times the athlete they were when they were running the ball in 1970.
They beasts.
Remember, we was talking about O.J. Simpson in the chat not too long ago. And I told y'all, O.J. was simply the biggest, strongest, fastest person on the football field.
I mean, so was Jim Brown.
That's crazy, right?
That's all it was. There was no thinking behind that. It says, I'm going to find the best athlete. I said it to y'all in chat. I guarantee you, if Vernon Davis was alive playing football in 1960, he would have been a running back. Give him the ball and watch him run.
Running a fucking 4-3?
Yeah. That's all it would have been. You know what I'm saying? But he'd
have been a GOAT running back. Not just a running back, but the GOAT running back.
But then you translate, and then you get into, you know, what I would say when the NFL really started to change is you talk about, say, like around the 85 Bears, right? The early 1980s. And the NFL really took on more of a specialist where people were grooming themselves to play pro football. Now you have to start evolving the game. Now you have the Randall Cunninghams, right? You know what I'm saying? Dan Marino walked into that league. Y'all don't remember that. Dan Marino walked into that league, and he lit the league up with passing yards because it was so hard to run the football.
He was 20 years ahead of his time.
Yeah, but he was the first guy to do it, and we talk about this all the time.
I mean, I said that in the chat. When people talk about their top 5 quarterbacks, I don't know how Dan Marino consistently gets forgotten.
It's disrespectful.
Because
it's disrespectful.
Because they dumb.
He's honestly, he's probably
the best. Marino isn't a top 5 quarterback.
He's probably the best pure passer we've ever seen. Period.
You're an idiot.
Now, when you take
Marino, if Dan Marino started his career when Tom Brady did, he have 10 Super Bowls.
Bro, it's not even about that though. It's not about that.
If you take the entirety of
that's what we measure everything upon right now. And that's what Dan Marino would be lighting shit up right now, bro.
That's what I'm saying. If you
wouldn't have an answer.
If you take the entirety of the accomplishments, yeah, you got Brady and Montana and these guys, but just throwing the ball, which is kind of the way I've always rated quarterbacks, just tossing the ball. Because last time I checked, football is a 22-man sport, 11 on defense and 11 on offense. You don't judge a player off of wins. This isn't basketball. In basketball, yes, one player dictates everything. LeBron James dictates the entire league. Michael Jordan dictates the entire league. That doesn't happen in football. This is a 22-man sport with 22 people doing 22 different jobs. And if they don't do the jobs right, then nothing works.
Dan Marino.
But Dan Marino is honestly probably the most pure passer we've ever seen.
Dan Marino is what Aaron Rodgers.
I think Aaron Rodgers throws some incredible balls. But
amazing.
He was coached to do that though. To the credit,
he's the closest thing of what we thought Dan Marino was. And I want to be clear. Never. What are you saying?
I wouldn't, and I love A-Rod, but y'all don't understand. This man Marino threw 49 touchdowns in 83.
I'm with you.
So here's the real question. Are we all saying, are all three of us saying right now that Dan Marino was the best quarterback we've ever seen from a skill set point?
No.
Wait, we're not.
I'm just saying.
Because I am.
From a pure passer, he's one or two.
As a pure passer, he's my number
Peyton
one.
Manning's the other one, correct?
And Peyton Manning's the other one, yes.
So
but I feel like Peyton had a turnover problem.
And to me, Manning's still the GOAT.
Peyton believed in his arm too much, as opposed to Dan.
Peyton played in a league in which people were suited to stop him. The difference with Dan was he played in a league where people were allowed to beat up DBs, but they weren't skilled like that yet. Right, we gonna talk, and just because we talk at FSU Miami consistently, right? We're gonna talk about Deion for a second. What made Deion special? It's not just the skill set. He was probably the first true specialist at the position. Deion didn't give a shit about tackling. Deion was there to cover somebody and be the best athlete on the field at the same time.
Fuck your tackles.
Awesome point.
That's an awesome point.
That's an awesome point.
So until Deion got in the league,
the pass.
Who we talking about? Lester Hayes at corner? You know, Night Train Lane?
You're not talking about nobody. Like
nobody.
There's no disrespect. There's no disrespect.
Right.
But we're talking about pure corners. No, we're not talking about nobody.
Until
Deion,
he was the first pure corner.
Until Deion, the glorified position at a defensive back was Ronnie Lott and those guys.
Safeties.
It was safeties. It was safeties.
Hitters.
Hitters.
If we're gonna have this draft talk, we're gonna just talk about our schools, right? One thing that's dying in the league right? And it's because the positions have become so specialized. That position, the center field safety, we don't see a lot of good ones anymore, do we?
No, because and Mike said this. Mike said this. So I'm gonna give a shout out to Mike. Mike said, because we had a conversation, this was a while ago, so I don't even know if you remember it, Jerk, but we had a conversation and we were debating, would you take a defensive end, a primetime pass rusher, a Khalil Mack, or a Jalen Ramsey? And I think me and you were both like, well, you take the guy in the trenches, because at the end of the day, we've all been taught football is inside out. And Mike was like, no. Mike said no. I'm taking Jalen Ramsey because the game is changed
inside out.
Because the game has changed so much. Mike said the game has changed to the point where take away the quarterback's first read, and he doesn't even know where to go with the ball anymore.
It's too quick because you can manufacture, and it's a very good point. And this is, again, we're talking about the Miami guys. We're talking about our pass rushers, right? Because I think outside of that, we have Brevin Jordan, who's an intriguing prospect to me, right? But you're looking at our pass rushers, Phillips and Rosal. I don't care what league you're in. Those guys are going to get to you in under 3 seconds. I don't care. They may not be dominant. Those guys are going to get there. And to your point, Alo, if I have Jalen Ramsey covering your best receiver, right? Now I give Rosal and Phillips a chance to get there, right? No questions asked. Your boy, and speaking of Ramsey, he just who's the kid that just signed LA Rams? Leonard Floyd, right? Leonard Floyd was a failure in Chicago, quote unquote.
He's been a failure, yeah.
Right. He never lived up to his potential in Chicago. He just got
one of them Georgia prospects, one of them Georgia guys.
Right, but long, lanky pass rusher.
Yeah.
And it's until he got to LA and got around all that talent. Number one, Jalen Ramsey and Aaron Donald, those are 1 and 2 on that list, right? And then he revitalized his career. I think that's a great point to be had. If you're going to look at our two schools and think about where we're going in the future, and that was part of this conversation, right? We have to look how we're recruiting those positions, in my opinion, in particular, outside of quarterback and offensive line, right? Outside of quarterback and offensive line, you have to look at the cornerback spot. You got to look at the pass rusher spot, right? And you got to make sure that you're secure there, right? First and foremost, like if you're playing a defense, I got to sack the quarterback, get tackles for loss, and I have to make sure I cover people downfield. If I don't do those two things, and we don't come, next year's pro day, 2022 pro day, if we're not talking about FSU having, 1 or 2 pass rushers, but you see what I'm saying, Alo? Same thing with Miami. If we're not talking about a pass rusher being in the conversation or a corner or a safety being in the conversation, we probably had really bad seasons, right?
Yeah.
I think we could agree on that. If none of our corners at either school are getting drafted, well, it's like, we probably lost a lot of games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Fair enough. That's facts. The game's changing. And to what you were saying with Odell earlier, and I hope everybody gets it. I don't think Alo was being disrespectful to Odell, but it's like, dog.
Not at all. I mean, I love the dude.
You should be deep.
I understand.
I love the dude, but at the end of the day, I know it does. And it feels disrespectful for me to even say it. Because I wear this, I created a channel off of this. I could have created, I could have did a channel on anything, but we talked so much sports in the sports groups and in our personal chats. And I was like, you know what, to hell with it. Why not just try something new? And I've been fairly decent at it. I won't say I'm overly successful, but we're still,
you've done a good job, bro. Like
we're growing.
We're
definitely growing.
I think I speak for Jurgen and myself. You've done a good job of speaking for FSU sports, man, bro. Like you've been impartial, but at the same time, you've supported, and that's a difficult line to draw. Like I couldn't do it, Jer. I can't. Yeah, because
you would be 100%.
We know.
With Norvell, I don't know.
I'm an extremist.
Yeah, with
I'm
Norvell,
an extremist.
You would have been calling for Norvell's head game 1. I got you there.
Yeah, I'm an extremist, and that's the difference. You have an understanding of, okay, it's a program, and you're running a program,
right?
And I'm an extremist, and that's the difference between me and you. My channel wouldn't have been as successful based upon that.
But the point I'm saying is, yeah, it hurts me to say that about Odell. I mean,
it is. It's tough.
He's a Bartow native. I know Scooter Higgins. His
Scoot.
nephew. Like It's hard for me to say these things, but when I take a step back, I look at the facts. The game, I don't want to say the game's passing him by, but other coaches at the same position are passing him by. The Pitt defensive tackle is doing laps around Odell Haggins right now. The Pitt defensive tackle coach, he's doing laps around Odell Haggins right now. He's doing laps around him. And when I look at college football, I'm like, okay, Odell, I love you, but let's go. You got it. Let's go. Like
you brought him up, and I'm gonna just talk about him because if it wasn't for getting Jess Simpson back at Miami, I know we wanted Charlie Partridge to come through. That's one of the best defensive line coaches in the country.
Yes,
he's a monster.
If not the best,
He's way up there. Yes. And me, as a Miami fan, when I was like, man, they talking about bringing Partridge along with T-Rob and these dudes, I'm like, that's crazy. He coaches penetrating football, and he gets them. He gets them going. All those tackles, none of them dudes were ranked top 24/7.
None of them. Not one.
Got everything out of them, though.
And they had the best defensive line probably in college football this past
year. If they all played, they would have been the best unit. Agreed. And I'm saying that above ours, and I don't like saying that. But they would have been right there, just a little bit better than us. But if everybody played, they would have been just that much better than us because they were crazy, inside and out. They were crazy, But yeah, I think it's just a matter of if you're gonna, and I appreciate that about you, Alo. You keep it very real with the people that's listening to say, you know what, I love my program and all of that, but we have to be real. If we want to see our program get to level 2, level 3, level 4 in this process, then yeah, we got to make some, some tough decisions.
Yes,
you know absolutely. What I'm saying. And that's all that is. But I'll say this, part of this was, I know we were talking about, and this is probably like an easier conversation because if you're looking at Miami's draft class, you have the 3 edge rushers, right? You have a 3-4 tweener in Roche. I always say his name wrong. You have Rousseau and you have Phillips. Those are the guys that are going to make the most noise. You have Brevin Jordan, who I think, and by the way, I know there may be some Florida fans in here. I'm going to tell y'all right now, hop off Kyle Pitts right now before it gets too late. Just hop off that.
I wish there was a Florida. I wish I had a.
I wish you had one.
The only Gator fan that I know personally. Well, I know a few personally, but the only one that I would even consider talking to is Kenny, and Kenny don't do stuff like this. So
offensive weapon number 1, baby.
Let me tell you something. Get off, and I'm just telling y'all.
when I heard the comparison between Pitts and Funches, I said that's perfect. That's perfect to me.
That's his best case scenario.
That's perfect.
Who is this?
But I like Funches as a Carolina.
Funches is solid.
Funches is solid, but that's all he is.
Hold on. Let me talk to Maiden Dave real quick. Because you're right. He's going to be a receiver. He's going to
get the fuck out of here.
Hold on. No, listen to me. He's going to be a receiver. I think he's going to be average because you can't.
On his best day.
But you can't look at Kyle Pitts. If you're talking about big bodies receiver in the league, Alo, you can feel me on this because I know you watch Tampa football.
Go ahead.
Was Kyle Pitts better than Mike Evans coming out of college?
No,
he asked Alo, so I'm gonna shut up.
But I'm just saying,
he wasn't.
I know he asked Alo.
Evans made Menzel, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Evans definitely made Menzel. No, he's not. The answer is no. On his best day, he's not.
If you can't look at me and tell me that this big body receiver is better than Mike Evans, if he's not that good, then what are we talking about?
Here's the only thing I'll say in defense of Pitts.
He's a tight end.
No. If he goes to the right situation,
okay,
he could be Jimmy Graham.
I agree. I could agree.
Who you say he was?
He could, if he goes to the right situation, he could be Jimmy Graham. Because we saw Jimmy Graham at one point be the best tight end probably in the NFL. At least put up the best numbers. I don't know.
Put up the best numbers. He wasn't better than the other 3 guys.
I don't think Jimmy Graham was honestly no disrespect.
He wasn't
Miami.
a better blocker. He wasn't.
No disrespect to Miami. Jimmy Graham was never the best tight end.
He's not even the best.
I would agree with you.
UM.
But when he plays, but when you play with Drew Brees, you're gonna put up crazy numbers.
Is Jimmy Graham the best in the NFL? Is Jimmy Graham the best NFL tight end out of all the UM receivers?
No,
is he the top 3 guy? He's not even the top 3 guy.
No,
Jimmy Graham.
That's not the point.
Barely.
The point I'm making is if you get Pitts and if Pitts falls to Kansas City,
okay, well, you talking?
He could have a crazy career.
Yeah, Jimmy Graham putting up Tony Gonzalez type numbers.
If Pitts falls to
he's Zach Ertz on steroids.
Maybe like
he's Zach Ertz on steroids if he goes to Kansas City.
Certain situations, I can see Pitts being really, really good, and people coming back to this conversation and being like, "Oh, you guys were dead wrong on Pitts."
We fucked up, yeah.
But they're not looking at everything.
But I would agree with that in this sense.
Go ahead.
In this sense, if Kyle Pitts, this is what I'm saying for everybody in the chat, and for y'all know this, but I just reiterate it. If we're talking about a guy being the best offensive weapon, even the best pass catcher in the draft, Pitts wasn't the best pass catcher in the SEC. I can argue that he was number 4. You have Elijah Moore, you have Jalen Waddle.
Well, Bama had a bunch of guys.
Bama had 2.
Devontae Smith,
Bama
Jalen Waddle, Elisha.
Time out. There's Terrace Marshall at LSU, who's a dog. Right?
Okay.
Shit. I didn't even think about him.
Jamar Chase didn't even play.
Yeah, Jamar Chase didn't play.
5. So I'm just saying, like,
I know you created the balls of the ACC, but I agree with you on that. Like,
I'm
you're right. You're right. You're completely right. He's not even top 5 in the SEC.
Let me ask you a question, because I don't really care about Pitt, so I'm gonna get off Pitt. I don't care. Did Isaiah Bolden go pro? Did Bolden declare? I feel like he did, but I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Did Bolden declare?
Why do you ask that, Adrian?
I'm asking because if he did declare,
why do you ask that?
Where does he go? Is Isaiah Bolden as safety? Is he a better prospect than Hamza Nasruddin? That's where I'm kind of leading with this.
No.
Really?
No. Listen. If we're talking, is Bolden maybe a better football player? If that's what you're asking me, Adrian.
I don't even think that. I don't think he's better football player.
But do you see what I'm saying? Like,
he's not.
If you can scheme Bolden, if you can say, like, so you know what they did with Cam Chancellor in Seattle, right? Which was we have this dope system.
Which none of us are really a fan of Cam, but go ahead.
Right, but
I actually am.
But I'm just saying you have.
Oh no, me and Jerg have had conversations.
I know y'all might not be, but I like the type of football that Cam plays.
Cam's solid, but he's not the guy that the NFL hyped him to be. But go ahead.
They made Cam seem like he was, honestly on a Sean Taylor level, and that's not it for me. He wasn't
Bolden transferred.
He is at Jackson.
Bolden ain't at Jackson State.
Oh,
That's
wait
the
a minute,
other boy.
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah,
am I talking about the same guy?
Isaiah Bolden's at Jackson State.
He was y'all starting safety last year, right?
He's at Jackson State right now.
Why did he hit the portal? What happened?
I
honestly didn't know that.
He's been playing the past 2 weeks, bro.
Bro, I swear to God, I did not know
that. Bro, Isaiah Bolden has been playing. He's right. Rose, you right. Isaiah Bolden been playing. Isaiah's not in the draft. Isaiah Bolden been playing, bro.
This is to A-Lo.
Maybe he's not playing, but that's where he's at.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Isaiah Bolden's at Jackson State.
I'm gonna let Jurgen go, but
we'll circle back to that. But go ahead.
Shocking to me. But go ahead.
If you're gonna talk about like the body of work that is his work, right? You can have discussions, but there's no doubt that Hamza, when it comes to being an NFL football player, Hamza's gonna get in from the eye test alone. You know what I'm saying? Like Isaiah would obviously have to have something to prove. Everybody on that roster, for the most part, Alo, aside from Asante, is gonna have to have something to prove, correct? You know what I'm saying? But you talk about Hamza, it's just kind of like, dog, I'm not gonna sit here I was looking at Marvin Wilson's numbers earlier. He's got a bigger wingspan than Marvin Wilson, 6'5" Marvin Wilson. You know what I'm saying? You gonna look at Hamza and it's just like, how are you not gonna be on a pro football team next year? There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. On your worst day, you're gonna get a look on somebody's team because you just have that type of God-given. You see what I'm saying? So regardless of,
I want to make sure I'm talking about the right guy. Was Isaiah Bolden not y'all starting safety for all of last year?
You talk about Bubba, sir.
Bubba, okay, but okay. That's who I'm sorry. That's who I'm talking about. I wanted to make sure I was talking about the right guy because that didn't make sense to me. That didn't make sense to me because it didn't make sense that a guy who all of last year I was hearing he's one of the top safeties in the country, the transfer to Jackson State.
This is what happened with Bubba.
So Bubba Bolden. I'm sorry.
Bubba Bolden. What about Bubba?
I said the wrong name.
Hold on.
I meant Bubba Bolden.
This is what happened with Bubba, and this is what you're gonna get. I think if Bubba's coming back, which is a blessing to me.
Okay, he's coming back. Okay.
But if you were to talk about Bubba Bolden in the draft, I really think he'd grade out as round 4 because you're looking at Bubba's first half of his season was elite. No question about it.
I got Bubba day 2.
I think he'd be round 4, so that's day 3.
He's a playmaker.
Maybe he's a day 2. But here's the thing, though. What's the NFL value? The NFL value specialist. Remember, Malik Hooker, Ohio State. Nobody knew who Malik Hooker was.
I keep telling people that.
Nobody knew who he was. Bubba's not a specialist yet, and that's why I think he came back.
I'm glad somebody else is saying it.
You know what I'm saying? But you look at Bubba, I would say Bubba's obviously an NFL strong safety. I also think he's a 34 defense strong safety. I don't think he's a heavy zone guy because he is a playmaker, right? You're looking to put him next to a free safety that gives you some type of duality, right? So, like, if you're looking like kind of like what we do in Tampa Bay right now. I'm a Bucs fan, if y'all know. But what we're doing in Tampa Bay right now, you have Winfield and you have Whitehead, right? Winfield and Whitehead, they're both above average cover guys in man, above average cover guys in zone, but they're ball hawks. So you play that 34 defense and you can trust them over the slot receiver. You don't have to walk them into the box. You can trust them in deep thirds, all that stuff like that. I think Bubba fits into that role. But I'll say this. Right now at Miami, there's 2 safeties that I think, Tyler, all due respect, I don't follow baseball. It is what it is.
Fuck you mean you don't follow baseball?
Jared, I'm gonna let you finish real quick. Yeah, Tyler is the one person.
Tyler is you not for to disrespect Tyler right now.
Tyler comes in here every chat. Tyler mentions baseball. Tyler's on the baseball.
I'm just saying, like,
he's on the baseball tip.
Listen. In Florida, there's 2 seasons. There's football season, and then there's spring football. That's it. I don't care about nothing else. Okay?
It's because of Tyler that I even mentioned. It's because of Tyler that I even mentioned Florida State football. I mean, Florida State baseball.
Yeah. But again, you talking about Miami safeties right now. We're talking maybe the future of these 2 guys. Bubba and Gervin. Bubba Bolden and Gervin Hall. I think those are 2 NFL guys without a doubt in my mind. I think Amari Carter lost a lot of money last year. The Miami fans in here would agree with that. He lost a lot of money last year, in my opinion. I also think on the roster right now, Avonte Williams, James Williams, Chase Smith coming in that striker, which is just a glorified outside linebacker. You're going to see a deep group at Miami, but Bubba, man, I think if he puts together a really good season, people don't value safeties much anymore. Alo, I think you know that when you look at draft day, right? You'll be talking about Bubba being maybe a round 2 guy, a round 3 guy, but I think he'll be a solid NFL starter. I think he will be.
So help me out, Jared.
Yeah.
Just so I know, who's every Miami player that's in the draft that's coming up?
Right now, you have, of course, Rousseau. You have Phillips.
Rousseau Phillips. Those are the guys. Rousseau Phillips. Brevin Jordan. Those are the guys I know off the top.
We haven't talked about Brevin yet, but I'm gonna say this: if y'all love Kyle Pitts so much, and I can't get over this, if y'all love him so much,
hey, Jared,
I'm gonna let you finish.
Real quick, Jared. No, I'm not gonna let him finish.
Let him finish.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna pause him. Brevin Jordan's better than Kyle Pitts.
Bro, I've said Brevin Jordan has been the best player in Brevin for the last 2-3 years.
Brevin
Jordan's been the best player in Miami
far
for the
better
last
than Kyle Pitts. It's just a feature of offense and the play calling at Miami. Brevin Jordan.
Y'all boys talk. I'm gonna
go. Fuck out of here. Brevin Jordan got a chance to be the best tight end at UM.
Respect. And two, and this goes to May. Yeah, Borregales obviously. But Borregales is obviously the best kicker in the draft, right, May? Like, I get that, right? Ooh. But if you're Borregales, our kicker. But if you're talking about, see, I'm gonna tell you this: he's gonna be better than Aguayo. I know that. He'll be better than Aguayo.
Hey, I would have took Aguayo in the second round. That's not my problem.
Aguayo is the worst draft decision in the history of football. That's terrible. But you look at Brevin, he can line up in line as a tight end. He can line up as an H-back. The man played X receiver if he needed to. He played slot receiver if he needed to. Against UNC, we're getting our ass kicked. Against UNC, he broke out on a safety, man on man, and burnt them for a big touchdown. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see Kyle doing that. What I'd be seeing Kyle doing, and I know you watch it too, Terrence, and you guys in the chat too, you see Kyle Pitts up in there. It's a whole bunch of contested catches. And like, okay, that's cool, but all right. Like, there's a lot of dudes who can catch contested balls, bro. Who's going to get open? You know what I'm saying? Who's going to get open and get that ball moving downfield?
Has a chance to be on the Greg Olsen level, like, bro, like,
right.
Like, and that's why I'm laughing about Kyle Pitts. I'm like, who? Like, he didn't even ball out like that. Like,
he had, in my opinion, Brevin Jordan, and this is minus the off.
Kyle Pitts. I'm talking about Kyle Pitts didn't ball out like that.
Right, but let's do this. Minus the off-field issues, Brevin Jordan compares to Aaron Hernandez to me, right? Take the off-field away.
That's a scary comparison, but you're right.
But take the off-field away. They're the same guy. They're pseudo H-back who can line up wherever you need them and give you versatility.
And give buckets.
Yeah, he's
about
a dog.
Buckets.
He's a dog.
And I know buckets is an NBA term, but when we talk about guys like Aaron Hernandez and those types of guys, I think I mentioned something in our chat. Like, it's about guys who gonna get buckets.
I look at Brevin as
who gonna put points on the scoreboard.
And I could be dead wrong on this. I've always looked at Brevin as Antonio Gates.
I could go with that too, though, because he's
faster.
He's not an oversized guy, right, Adrian? To your point, he's not that typical 6'5", 6'6" tight end.
Yeah,
right?
and I'm like, he's Antonio Gate-ish for me.
But he has that type of body. I can respect that. He's a solid dude. I guess what I don't like, and I've been saying it to y'all in private. It's like, man, y'all see one tall tight end in Kyle Pitts, who's 6'4", 246. He's an impressive athlete, right? And it's like, oh my God, this is the best football player I've seen in my life. Could y'all shut up?
Hey, the hype is ridiculous, but yeah,
Hey, bro,
Kyle Trask isn't even the top. Kyle Trask isn't even one of the top 5 QBs.
Hey, right, bro. Kyle Pitts is not that guy to me. Like, I've seen guys like,
bro, we've seen better tight ends better than Pitts.
Here's the thing.
We've seen more gifted tight ends better than Pitts.
I'm better than Kyle Pitts, but I've seen plenty of guys better than Kyle Pitts. Man.
Listen,
and this isn't Gator hate. This isn't Gator hate. It's just facts. It's just facts.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Why did everybody forget? And I know we're getting off of FSU Miami. This is turning into a draft talk, and that's cool.
That's okay.
Why did everybody forget that Jamar Chase was alive?
Because he didn't play. Because he didn't play, and LSU had a terrible season.
I think it's Devontae.
Jamar Chase.
It's Devontae. Devontae did that.
Devontae
did it.
The fact that he didn't play.
Can't do what Jamar does.
Devontae did it though. That's the reason why you're asking for a reason. Devontae is the reason.
I don't care, bro. I'm telling you.
Devontae separated himself from every other receiver besides Jamar Chase.
Okay.
That's what did it. What's the last wide receiver that should have won?
P-Dub.
P-Dub, and that's it.
Jamar Chase.
You can't buy it. Who else?
Jamar Chase.
And after P-Dub, who else?
After P-Dub, no one.
Listen.
I think the only other. I think Fitz was the only other Heisman finalist at wide receiver since P-Dub.
Fitz was solid, but
no, I'm just talking about finalists. I don't even think there's been a finalist.
He was solid, but
I don't think there's been a finalist since P-Dub.
Since people, I know Randy Moss was a finalist.
Well, Randy was right after.
He wasn't
Randy was different.
Randy is this, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
He was an FSU product. He was supposed to be a no.
But
let's be real.
He wasn't supposed to be a no. He was a no.
Until he wasn't.
He was redshirted and then
he was
fucking up.
Right.
If Bobby could go back, Bobby would take that back for sure. So that's neither here nor there.
Let's throw this real quick. Do y'all not remember? And everybody in the chat should have remembered this because I'm sure they watched the college football playoff. This man, Jamar Chase,
what I need later,
gave it to every Alabama corner. Right, all of those boys are draftable, right, Alo? He gave it.
Hey!
They get some love in the back. You see him?
Hey, this is a family program.
Hey, Maya goddamn business.
Mm-hmm. But again, you talking about Jamar Chase gave it to Surtain, gave it to Joby, gave it to we talked about
he gave work, bro. Like he gave work every day, bro.
We're not gonna bring up those Clemson DBs, but we're not bringing up that trash.
Hey, just so everybody knows, Clemson DBs are a joke.
If there's one school that you don't want to draft a defensive back from,
Dabo do them guys dirty. If my son was blessed enough to be a guy who played DB,
he would not go to Clemson.
He would not play for Dabo.
He would not go to Clemson. He wouldn't go to Clemson.
Play for Dabo.
Whether it's Dabo or not, he wouldn't go to Clemson.
Right.
Nope.
Right.
If God bless him, he'll be a no. But he showed up with me. He showed up with be a Clemson Tiger.
So I want to talk about real quick. I want to talk about before we move on to the current guys that are actually playing college football.
Right.
Because we haven't talked about this guy. And if Jurgen, by all means, if you got a sleeper prospect, please bring him up.
Please.
Y'all
got some talent over there.
We haven't talked about this guy for Florida State. And I think he's an intriguing prospect. If the wide receiver class wasn't as deep as it is, Terry could be picked sooner than later. Sooner than later.
I got a Terry sermon.
Huh?
I got a Terry sermon.
Go ahead,
Listen,
bro.
I've been talking to y'all about Terry all year. And I said he ain't that scary to me. Okay.
Well, he never showed up against Miami, so I get it.
So, I understand. And that's all that is. Maybe if you was talking to an NC State fan or something, you could run that.
There's a couple teams he's scared.
Not us. Okay. So, but this is all I say about Terry. And I gave y'all what I thought was a fair comparison. I think Terry at his best is Martavius Bryant. That's what I think he is. I think they fit the same mold. But I also say this. I thought Terry should have transferred to another Division I program. I thought Terry should have went and said, kind of like Lawrence Cager did for Miami. He went to Georgia. If Terry went to an Ohio State, if they were interested, I don't know the story. Nobody knows. But if he could have gone to an Ohio State, if Terry could have gone to I don't think he'd go to Clemson, but you guys get what I'm saying. If he could have gone to a LSU, I think he could have made himself some money, right? Because he has the body type. He has the deep speed. He has that edge ability. But I'm just like, man, if I'm looking at Terry and what he's really bringing to the table, what is it going to separate you from all these other cats in the draft? I don't see it. I don't see it right now. It's like a legend. It's like a folk legend.
Terry could have separated himself from everybody else in the draft.
Yeah.
So Terry had the skill set to separate himself from everybody in the draft, including Jamar Chase. And I know that's a reach. He had the skills. I know it's a reach, but because of his physicality, he had an opportunity to separate himself.
Time out. Jamar Chase abuses
I'm gonna let you finish
human
your
beings.
I'll do this.
But real talk, and I'll get back to you. My fault, Alo. But
No. You good.
anytime somebody says Jamar Chase, I get a little defensive, and I'm not even rebuking because y'all acted like you remember this man in the national championship
He
game.
number one,
Like
bar none.
Look,
Like
listen.
At their potential, their complete like total package, Jamar Chase is the guy.
Strictly talking about Jamar Chase. This isn't my point. This isn't to my point, but strictly talking about Jamar Chase.
Mm-hmm.
I fucks with him.
Right.
But don't bring up the national championship because that dude they had. That was what barbecue chicken all damn.
What is AJ Terrell?
AJ Terrell.
Hey, bro.
Where is he? Who's he play for?
Hey, I feel like we called it out.
Who does AJ Terrell play for, and who is he?
Bro,
and what is he doing in the NFL right now? What is he doing in the NFL?
We called out AJ Terrell every fucking snap.
That
and our chat was like, well, that was AJ. So AJ, that's you.
So the worst DB I've seen in Florida State since I've watched Florida State has been the worst DB I ever watched in Florida State history. No, Corey Magnum. Corey Magnum was the worst DB I've ever watched at Florida State. AJ Terrell looked like Corey Magnum. Corey Magnum, and you guys, if you've been a Florida State fan for more than a day, you'll know exactly who Corey Magnum is. AJ Terrell looked like that dude.
Oh my god!
In that national championship game.
That's like the Chris Ricks of cornerbacks for FSU.
Magnum was up until Dontavious Jackson. Corey Magnum was the worst Florida State player.
He was the bane of our existence.
Yes, Corey Magnum was the worst Florida State player I had ever watched until D-Jax came along. D-Jax came along.
I had to pull him up, and this is an ongoing conversation between the three of us. He just happens to be from the great state of Texas, where they don't play no defensive football.
They don't play no fucking. We live here. I've seen the program. Texas don't fuck with Florida.
Magnum's from Texas. He's from.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes damn sense.
Yeah, he's from Lamarck, Texas.
Corey Magnum to this day, until D-Jax came along, which I think D-Jax is the worst FSU defensive player I've seen.
Hate you some D-Jax,
man. That dude. That dude.
Hey,
until D-Jax
deserve a shot in the NFL, boy.
Until D-Jax, there was no player I watched that made me want to vomit more than Corey Magnum. That dude was bad.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, he from outside Houston, and I'm like, man, Houston, they play some good football, but man, your boy messed up. Your boy, you ruined that.
He was
y'all got another kid, and just talk about kids from y'all roster. Y'all just got this commit from Geyer, right, Alo? From here in Denton.
Hey, relax now.
Talking about Eubanks.
Hey, relax now.
Are you talking about Eubanks? I've already talked about Eubanks. If you're talking about Eubanks, I don't think he's an FSU take. I don't necessarily.
He's not a bad guy.
I don't necessarily know why they took him. Granted, he's a DB who's going to play linebacker at the next level.
Exactly.
We'll see how they use him.
He's a coverage linebacker.
Yeah, we'll see how he translates. But I've already spoken my piece on Eubanks. I don't want to talk too much about a guy. I don't want to talk too much about a guy that I haven't seen play at the collegiate level yet.
But no, I'm just saying.
I really don't think he was an FSU take I really don't think FSU should have took him.
But this
is bringing him up. So what you got to say, Jared?
No, it's just, y'all have this little miniature Texas pipeline. You know what I'm saying? And respectfully, maybe he's 6'2", 200. Maybe he's going to be a 220 kid in 2 years, right? Because I'm going to assume if y'all take Eubanks, the idea is that he's probably going to redshirt and then take 2 years to get on the field.
He better. He better. He better.
Hey, look, you all right, bro?
He better.
You really don't like this pickup.
I don't look. I watched his tape. He's ranked like 900th and something in the nation. I'm not. I don't want to knock a kid before I actually watch him play collegiate ball. But I know good and damn well Jimbo wouldn't be a take for Jimbo. He wouldn't be a take for Bobby.
At all. I can agree with that.
I can't.
But
Honestly,
but Devontae Freeman would not have been a take.
Well,
for
bullshit.
Anybody.
Bullshit. Devontae was
like a 2-3 star. He was a low 3 star.
Devontae was unranked for a long time.
Until Florida State saw him.
But Jimbo proved that when he saw a kid, Xavier Rhodes,
it was that
Devontae
word. Okay, I can agree with
Cam
that. Okay.
Irving, we can go on and on about the guys that Jimbo's. Like Jimbo had a track record, so I got it. If Jimbo takes Jordan Eubanks, I'm with it.
Right.
I haven't really seen Norvell's totality to say he's found Jim and Eubanks. And I personally watched Eubanks tape. I don't see it.
Because what you're looking at, and I don't. So the Geyer High School, true story. Geyer High School is legit 2 miles away from my house right now. Like I could launch a bottle rocket, and hit them right now. I don't see, from what I've seen, it looks like there goes whatever that is.
I just felt like I should show it. I apologize. Yeah, I'm drinking the Uncle Nearest. They giving me shit for pouring up. So,
but the point is, Alo, is like I feel like in Texas, you see all this cover 4 shell. You see a lot of the cover 4 shell, and it's just like, man, I hope to God we don't get beat deep. Like that's all they're hoping.
I think we got a pretty dope kid from Texas in Hunter Washington. I do think he's solid. I think he's a pretty good prospect.
From Katy, right.
Yeah, I think he's a good prospect. I do think he's good. Who is Keish? Does anybody know this person?
Who?
Keyshawn, bro. Probably Keyshawn.
Oh,
Keyshawn?
Okay. I'm gonna add Keish. Okay, I was like, who the hell is this dude?
Yeah, that's my nigga, man.
What was he at? What? Oh shit, Keyshawn.
Blood Clyde bread drink, Keyshawn. Hey. What's up, bro?
I was like, you should have typed your whole name, then I would have knew it was you. I was like, who the fuck is Keyshawn?
Well, Keyshawn up in Canada.
Yeah, that's my dog. So, but to the point, Alo, like, I think maybe it's just because we're Floridians, bro. Like,
Keish, can you hear us? Keyshawn, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear.
You gonna do video or no? You gonna?
He don't want to show his face because
he gonna be a baby back bitch like that. Like, okay, that's cool. So, hey, don't worry. We talk to each other like that. So
my boy said, "No face, no case." That's what he said. He said, "No face, no case on you." But nah, man. Like, I'll say this, man. And ultimately, and by the way, y'all, if y'all, so I've been knowing Keyshawn since high school, like since I was 13.
09?
That's 01, boy. 02.
Yeah, but high school.
How old you is?
That's my dog, bro.
09, I was 21 in 09, so
you want me to tell you?
You was how old in 09?
No, I said since 03, bro.
Oh, we just said we 86?
No,
I'm 88.
I'm 86. Damn, I don't know.
First, for everybody in the chat, Terrence be lying about his age. He was born in he was born in 73.
Hey, your auntie may be that way.
You got them Danny Almonte birth certificates where it be saying you 13 but you really 22 playing Little League baseball. You know what I'm saying? But nah, man, it's just and just to Keyshawn, man. Keyshawn, and I'm sure he'll be working with us in the future. Very, very knowledgeable dude, man. Very, very introspective dude, man. Especially when it comes to the NFL draft, cap, all that stuff like that.
Well, since Keyshawn just came on, Keyshawn, what you got? Since you want to join the chat, what you got, bro? What you got for us?
Uh-oh.
Ooh-wee.
Now he
nigga sleep.
Honestly, man, it's the first time.
Nigga sleep.
Hey, Jamaican people be on Jamaican time.
Uh-oh.
You know?
I put him on the spot and he wasn't ready. See, you got to be ready. You got to be ready.
Nah, blood clot.
Hey,
he dropped out. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he's
come back.
Hey, why everybody think about that? Look, read the bottom line. The cash app is Alo Money 863 or PayPal 86370TV.
Hey, respectfully, Alo, I'm gonna send you $10. I'm gonna send you at least $10.
I thank you.
You know,
we got it. And as an FSU fan, I got a dub on that.
That's fair. But I'm also say this though.
I'm gonna say this.
I should send you $4 because that's how many years we beat down in a row. I should send you $4.
So you want to be on that whole? He want to be on that whole shit.
Yeah.
He want to be on that whole shit. It's okay.
Hey, he a ho. So
it's okay. So we just
grab our phone.
Just
all right. So you said 10, right?
Just to let y'all know.
Grab your phone, send the 10. I'm gonna do the 20.
I got them on 10.
Just so y'all know, we are at 980. That's 20 away from 1,000. If you don't know, when you reach 1,000 on YouTube, you can monetize your channel. So shout out to the chat. Shout out for giving me the 980. I've built this thing from nothing, like literally nothing. I remember telling these guys one day, "Yo, I'm starting a YouTube channel." They was like, "What? Okay, cool. I'm starting a YouTube channel. I don't give a damn. You don't have to like it, whatever. I just wanted to do it." And it's been a wrap since. We're at 980. Hit the like button, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. And I'm gonna keep pushing. I don't know where it's gonna lead me, but I love doing it. I don't get no money for this, so any donation is definitely a plus. So, I just simply do this because I love talking football. Like we said it in the Canes versus No video. Mm-hmm. We've been talking football for damn near a decade now.
Yeah, 10 years, man.
Why not put it on YouTube and see if we can get somebody to pay attention to us? Why not? Why not see if we can get noticed for it? Because I've been talking sports with these brothers for the last 10 years.
For a minute.
And it's always good.
Can I throw this out there?
You can throw whatever you want.
We going big scope here. We're talking 10 years.
10 years.
I feel like it would be unfair if we talk an NFL draft to leave out, because y'all had.
And I really do appreciate that donation, by the way, Jared.
No, bro, it's all love, family. You know, but if y'all talking about FSU football in its heyday, right, our modern heyday, y'all had James.
What is the modern heyday?
Modern heyday is 2010s, the Jameis Winston era.
Okay,
the Jimbo era. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So, and we talked about when we first proposed this discussion, we was talking about, is FSU in Miami, if we were to define our programs, we should be able to look at draft day and be like, oh, this is a representation of who we are. And like I said earlier, I was like, if we got really good, Pharrell, you didn't say what's up to me, but what's up to you too, Pharrell. If we really gonna go and say, you know what, we're gonna talk about the success of our programs and where our programs are going, we have to look at draft day and say, you know what, like Miami, for instance, Miami's good at two things right now, and it really just looks like we're really only good at producing edge rushers. FSU right now, you have two really good DBs who are gonna go top 2 rounds in the draft, right? But if we're gonna really talk about the draft in these schools and engage the program, like if I'm FSU, well, I really hope I could redo, draft day on 2014, 15, 16, where you had, even DeMarcus Walker. Like, I didn't think DeMarcus Walker was like, a top tier elite prospect, but it's like DeMarcus Walker has a career in the league right now. You know what I'm saying? For being a disruptive inside guy.
If they would put his hand in the dirt, he could have a better career.
Yeah, I don't
he was that guy.
If DeMarcus Walker played for Tony Dungy, he'd be a 3 technique and he'd have a good career.
I was just about to say, if they would move him inside, he could have an even better career. But again, that's neither here nor there.
DeMarcus Walker could be
people don't realize this, but DeMarcus Walker got majority of his sacks when they would put him over one of them sorry ass college ass guards.
He beat us.
Eat him up. He eat him up.
Because what you don't realize in college, folks, the guards aren't that good. They're not across the board. You get a couple schools that have some elite guards, and that's fair. Majority of the time, your college guards are food.
Right.
And and Jimbo and them guys realized that, and they would line when DeMarcus got most of his sacks, they would line him up over a guard, and he would whoop that guard off as soon as the snap.
And this is for the couple. I know Zay's in here, Maiden David in here, just from Miami. We went through what I think is going to be a future NFL draft pick in Devon Donaldson, right?
Hold on. I'll let you finish. Shout out to Maiden Dave for the $10 donation, man.
Shout out, Dave. Appreciate that, Dave.
Maiden Dave says for 1K on the way this season, your subs finna rise.
Let's go, bro.
Absolutely. Shout out to Maiden Dave.
So
hey, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna drop a ban on you when I get this money later on. But
so here you go. Hey, we don't want that kind of money.
First of all, don't lie to me.
I ain't lying.
Don't lie to me.
Well, I got goals, and I want to see fam push with me. Hey, say less.
Yeah.
Second of all, we already had this conversation, and we'll bump over $40. Now I know you're bigger than me. I know you're bigger than me, but we'll bump over $40.
Hey, let's be real. Alo ain't nothing but 5'9" on his best day.
That's okay.
I'm 6'4", 300.
That's okay.
On my lightest day.
That's okay.
You don't want to fight.
I don't care what type of military training you got.
You don't want to
ain't got the hands for me, bro.
Got something to prove, bro. You don't.
I whoop your ass too, Jurgen.
Stop.
Hey, he over there talking. I whoop your ass too.
Even
you right around the corner.
Let's
do the pay-per-view.
Listen,
see, because I love you, we'll do the friendly fade and we'll call it a day and we'll still be home.
Hey, Jurgen.
But if I didn't love you,
pay-per-view.
I'd have to pop the trunk on you. But
I'm gonna say this. Come on.
Hey, not the trunk though.
Time out. I'm gonna say this.
Yes, Tyler.
I know, Terrence. Off rip, you don't got the reach to get to me. So unless
you a goddamn lie.
Unless you would you see.
Hey, I don't think y'all realize.
T-Rex.
Do you not see how big my hands is right now, bro?
T-Rex.
Got big hands. The boy got big hands and short arms.
I will fuck y'all up. Y'all believe what these niggas saying right now?
That nigga drunk.
He drunk.
He drunk.
Ain't so now he want to fight.
He's drunk. So now he want to fight everybody. Look at it.
Fuck you up.
He drunk because now he want to fight everybody. Look at this.
Hey, time out.
I will fuck you up.
Y'all see Todd Pope roasting. He got to be a Miami fan. Shout out Todd Pope in the comments.
No, Todd Pope's an FSU fan. He's an FSU fan.
Hey, if you're not a Miami fan, I appreciate that reference.
He said I look like Warren Sapp on Slim Fast. That's funny as fuck. Hey, bro, I can't.
Man, because we got my daughter Keyshawn. Are you back, bro? I don't know what you're doing.
I'm here.
Hey,
so hold
Keyshawn,
on.
I'm gonna get to you in a minute. I'm gonna let Jerg finish his point, and then we're gonna get to Keyshawn.
Let me be very honest with you. And this is really the like where this conversation started. Like, if we're gonna grade the program, like obviously national championships is where it's at for the programs, right? Like, we want to be there. But other than that, you really look at yourself like, is my coach doing the right things? You know what I'm saying? Are we developing the right way? And you look at draft day, because if we're developing, the NFL should come look at our guys and be like, okay, I see what you're doing, Manny. I see what you're doing, Mike, etc. And like, I really do think that if we was to go back and look at the quote unquote heydays of the programs, it all involves successful draft days, number one, right? But to Alo's point earlier, it involves successful draft days at the right positions, right? Because
what is the heyday? Because
for you
just for some context.
Hey, real quick, I apologize. We'll touch on that because I feel like some people touching on some personal shit. Just so y'all know, I'm 6'3" and 310 pounds. I'm not no little guy.
Nobody said anything.
Todd and Tyler, just for your reference.
Nobody said
guy.
Nothing.
I'm not no
All
little guy.
Tyler said is you look bigger because you're close to the camera.
No,
he
I'm
did call it a
6'3"
rookie.
and 310 pounds. I ain't no little motherfucker. I ain't saying I'm gonna whoop somebody's ass, but I'm not no little guy, bro.
But
I'm still faster than anybody on camera right now too. Put it on money.
Again, you might
money. I'm faster than both of y'all. Money. Money.
You might be faster than me because my body has been running for distance.
I'm faster than anybody on camera right now, and I put any amount of money on
when you run more miles than me.
Nah, fuck that.
And shut up. All right.
Hey, put me up 200 meters.
Hold on. Hey, first of all, we're not here to stroke nobody's ego, right? It's not my fault you got short arms and you got no stamina. But the reality is to the programs. We should be able to look at our programs at any given time. If we know we're doing well and say we're developing talent, we're both in talent talent.
I agree with that.
Hold on, just bring me to my point. I'm gonna let you finish, but
yeah, but we should be developing.
Is that a mango?
The spreadsheet you sent me was only for 2016.
Ooh.
Right, I just did 5
So what
years.
I'm asking you, because FSU's heyday is really from like 2010 on.
Right, but I did 5 years. I only did 5 years. If I was going to do that, I absolutely would have went to the most recent best years and included that because
if you went for a decade, it was a little different.
Correct. So and that's what made it look different. But the point is that if we're going to grade the programs, and by the way, Zay, Terrence don't want to see me on the football field. I'm gonna just get that out right now.
What'd you say?
Zay talking about let's settle this on the gridiron. He don't know. Terrence played left guard for me. That's what we're gonna do. But the reality is
I was a DB, so I'm not gonna see neither one of these guys.
I'm a defensive end. Fuck what this motherfucker saying.
I'm good.
A pipe dream. But
I was a DB.
If we're gonna grade our program,
bro, you a fucking lie. Why you gonna lie to the people, bro?
First of all,
Jerk was a guard.
Jerk's a guard. He was DT too. No, Jerk's rival says DT / kicker.
What you was, Keyshawn?
DT / kicker.
Listen, I
looked you up, bro.
I could put athlete, AFL.
Google me.
Athlete. You see what I'm saying? I could put athlete on there. But here,
Google me.
To the nitty gritty of the conversation, I think if we're going to talk about our teams and like know that we're in a good space, you can look at draft day and be like, okay, we're producing a couple of significant positions consistently. And like, a receiver, and we've talked about this, and Keyshawn definitely understands this. Receivers are a dime a dozen, right? Like you can find a receiver anywhere. You can't just find a good DB, and you can't just find a good edge rusher. That's a lot of work that goes into that. You know what I'm saying? And I think if we're talking about big picture for both programs, kind of getting back to where we want to be, like, and I'll say this, obviously we got a little bit of a head start because Manny's technically been in this fold since what, 2014? Yeah.
So
since 2014, but you have a little bit of a head start, but what you should see like next year, Alo, you talked about Bubba Bolden. I fully expect next year to see Bubba Bolden, Gervin Hall, Al Blades, potentially trade Corey Couch, right? DJ Ivy, I don't know if he's going to progress enough to get an NFL look, but I would hope so. But you'd have to look at all those dudes to know that we're doing our job at Miami to be like, yeah, Miami has 5 guys that were drafted in the top 5 rounds.
So I'll say this, and I'm sorry to interrupt. So to touch on everything, we might have we have a possibility of a first round prospect right now with Asante Samuel, but we're 2 years away from having a first round prospect at FSU right now with the people that we have on team.
Okay, so that's going to segue us to the next topic. Before we hit the next topic, I'm going to let Jerg go, but I want to get Keyshawn's thought on anything because Keyshawn joined the chat.
Yeah.
So what you got for us, Keyshawn?
Well, I'm going to be right back, dude.
Yeah, go do your thing. Go piss because I done pissed a couple times already.
Go ahead, brethren.
Keyshawn, what you got?
Keyshawn.
You there?
Hold on.
All right.
Hold up. But as I was saying, I feel like we're 2 years away from having a first round prospect at FSU. I like the guys that we have. Everybody knows I'm a Toa Feely. Like I love Toa Feely.
I do too.
He's my guy. Like he's probably the best running back that we've had in a few years. In all honesty, he's our best back since Cook.
You think he's better than Cam?
He has the potential to be. I think he's more physical.
But do you think he's better than Cam?
Right now, no. Okay. I think he can be.
Okay. So
I really think he can be. I really do.
I think
I know that might be a lot.
You said 2 years, and I'm not.
Well, Cam is the guy in the past 2 years. I think he can be better than Cam.
Well, no, you said 2 years, and FSU have a number 1 draft pick.
Well, yeah, he's not a number 1 draft pick.
I think this guy Jermaine Johnson
is a number 1 draft pick.
I think this guy Jermaine Johnson is in. I think this guy Jermaine Johnson is gonna. Yeah, I think Jermaine Johnson's gonna have a something to say about.
He's
that.
a day 2 guy.
I really. Are you think a day 2? I don't know. I think he's gonna have something to say about that.
I like
he's talking
him,
about
but he's a day 2 guy to me.
6'5".
We have about 6 day 2 guys.
We haven't had a pass rusher like Jermaine Johnson since Burns.
Ooh.
Now we'll see what he turns out to be. That's not. That's not too
long.
That's
not
fact.
too long. So yeah,
we haven't had a pass rusher like that since Brian Burns. Jermaine Johnson's gonna be. He got 5 sacks.
It was Sweat then Burns, right? So I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
Sweat,
not skipping nobody because it was Sweat Burns, and then I don't remember anybody since then.
Because there was nobody.
Who
it was Sweat.
Yeah, exactly. That dude that went to Carolina and they do nothing.
Burns
from FSU.
No, Burns
Brown,
is doing something. In
Burns is
Everett
Brown.
Hey,
you're not gonna disrespect
Everett
Brown. Everett Brown was. Everett Brown.
You're not gonna disrespect Brian Burns, bro.
Everett Brown.
Chill,
hey, Keyshawn, be quiet,
Brown, man. I'm talking about
quiet, bro. Hey, you ain't gonna disrespect Everett Brown. You talk about Everett Brown.
My point is
that was like 10 years ago.
My point is Jermaine Johnson is all of 6'5", 250-ish. The guy got 5 sacks. The guy got 5 sacks last year at Georgia because he's a transfer. He got 5 sacks at Georgia, but if you watch how Georgia plays their defensive ends, they rotate him constantly. He wasn't a full-time starter at Georgia.
Yep.
You're talking about a guy that's going to be a full-time starter in the ACC at Florida State. I would not be surprised if that production doubles. He could be a 9 to 10 sack guy.
Speaking of which,
and he could be considered as a first-round type.
What happens with Kane Doe?
Kane Doe is in NFL. Well, he's
what happens with? What happens with him?
Probably goes undrafted, if I'm being honest.
Really?
He has all the measurables. Kane Doe has all the measurables.
But I don't think his measurables let him drop beyond.
But his film is
trash.
His film is terrible, man.
For
a
not
guy
terrible, but trash. Throw it away.
For a guy that
I think it's throw it away.
Yes,
I think it's throwing away trash. I don't think it speaks about his talent.
Bro, for a guy that's 6'7", 260,
he should be eating.
Where's the numbers?
He should be eating. And I get it. I want to be real clear. I blame it on our system, but he still should have got some numbers.
But time out, man. Like I love the idea of talking systems, right? Like I love it. I think systems.
You know systems better than anybody else I know. I'll be honest on that.
But if we're gonna talk about an NFL talent at the collegiate level, I really don't care. If you're an NFL quality player, it doesn't matter what system you're in, you're going to flash. Keyshawn, you would agree with that. It doesn't matter what system you're in, bro. Like you're gonna show me something consistently. The sack numbers, Josh Kane knows what they're showing him at 6'7", 6'7".
He's like 6'7", 260. Yes.
He can do whatever.
As a matter of fact, Josh Kane Josh Kane is another kid from that DMV area. One of Odell's guys. He was a 5-star. I think it was the top strong side defensive end coming out of high school, and never lived up to it. Now he had a part of that is on injuries. Tyler hit on it. I think he's like his first 2 or 3 seasons, man. The dude didn't play a full season at all. Foot injury, knee injury, all of this. But man, even when he was healthy, his tape is very lackluster.
Can I say this though about injuries? Excuses are like a-holes. Everybody got them. Usually everybody gets hurt, right? At some point, we were talking about Brevin Jordan earlier. Brevin Jordan's had a nasty little injury bug every year at Miami. But every time Brevin was on the field, it was clear that he's one of the top 2 or 3 players on the football field. I think
that goes to Kane Zay point right there, Jurgen. I think the point you're making is the same point that Kane Zay is making. Derwin James couldn't stay healthy either.
Right. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If you a dog, you're gonna be a dog.
You a dog. Yeah, you're a dog.
Yeah,
and I don't see any dog in Kane though, if I'm being honest.
We were talking in the chat, right? Keyshawn, Alo, Terrence. We was talking about Sammy Watkins going to Baltimore, and Buddy in the chat was like, "Oh, he's going to be a number 1 receiver 7 games out of the year." Now mind you, I don't think he's a number 1 receiver, but the point is, Sammy's a dog. I don't care when you play Sammy. If I got Sammy on the field, I'm a better football team.
I just saw your message, Terrence.
You know what I'm saying? In 90% of cases. So it's just like, man,
Okay.
y'all really have to, in my mind, let's get the system talk out. And this isn't an indictment on you, Terrence, but if we're gonna be fans, right, and be objective on this channel and have a good discussion, like, I'm not gonna blame Fuller and Taggart for Kendo not developing. That's not fair to them dudes. Kendo's a grown man.
Okay. So at the same time, and this may be off topic, but then you can't say that Jameis Winston wasn't a reason that y'all didn't win the championship.
Time out. Yes, I can.
No.
No.
You're comparing Jameis Winston to the GOAT?
Time out. You want me to
Who's
tell
the
you
GOAT?
If it took the GOAT to win me a championship, then yes, Jameis was the problem.
How? What?
Time out. Jameis.
Listen to what you just said.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Hey, Lo, am I tripping right now?
Terrence,
I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to listen.
I need you to hear me. Jameis Winston threw 30 interceptions in a 16-game season.
In the NFL.
A terrible year.
Hold on.
Terrible year.
He threw those interceptions to two borderline all-pro receivers in Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. He had a healthy O.J. Howard, had a healthy Cameron Brate, and the only thing that
I'm not gonna do this. Listen, what I'm
no,
not
bro,
gonna do,
like you're literally
what I'm not gonna do
season and what he did to the GOAT, bro. Like
I'm not gonna do.
We're skipping that. Let's not have this conversation. We'll have this conversation elsewhere, bro.
What I'm
I
not
feel like
gonna
this
do
is a better conversation elsewhere
because I've had this conversation on this channel.
We should have this conversation elsewhere.
And I don't care what anybody says.
Matter of fact, I don't mind coming back and having this conversation. And my bad for bringing it up. My bad for bringing this up. But we should have this conversation another time. And I don't mind having this conversation another time. But now may not be the time.
Listen, I'm going to end it right here. Ballers ball. Brady is a baller. I don't care what you say. He knows how to win football games. Can we agree on that, Adrian?
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree.
But
I agree.
That's two separate things, in my opinion. When you say ballers ball and win, ballers ball and people knowing how to win football games is two separate things. Because Tom Brady in his early career, we had this conversation. He wasn't
winning the game.
We had this conversation.
Jameis wasn't winning those games.
Jameis Winston is a baller, and I don't care what anybody says. You can't convince me otherwise. Jameis Winston is a baller. Now, is he a Jameis Winston suffers from Brett Favre syndrome. He thinks he can make every pass. He doesn't give a damn. He's gonna try to make every. That's what Winston suffers from. And until he never grew. Until Winston, he hasn't grown yet. And until he figures that out, he won't progress. He will be the same.
I'm gonna be real true. I'm worried about what he's gonna do with Sean Payton as his coach.
My only problem with Jameis Winston.
I'm worried about what Sean Payton. What Sean Payton can do with Jameis.
About what Jameis Winston in the Saints is the fact that they are so cap stricken. I don't know if they can really improve that team.
He might not have the tools. I get it,
but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
the point I'm making and what we're not gonna get in. What I'm not finna do. Because this will turn into a whole different conversation on Jurgen's ass.
Right.
Jameis Winston is a baller, and I don't give a damn what anybody says because I watched the guy and I've been supporting the guy from day one. Jameis Winston also is a guy that falls into his own traps. He thinks he may think he's a little better than he is, and that's fair. When you're that guy, you may think you're better than you really are. And until he kind of reels himself in, understands what he's really doing, understands what he can and can't do, he's never going to progress. What separates good from great is when you understand your weaknesses and you can almost eliminate your weaknesses.
And Tom
from
Brady
your game.
has been the best at ever doing that.
Right. Tom Brady knows exactly what he's good
and
what he's
plays
not
within
good
it. Which
so
is
until Jameis
crazy.
can do that, Jameis will never be the guy that we think he may be.
Because
to say he's not a baller, to say Jameis Winston isn't a baller,
is a fucking lie.
It's flat out.
Time out.
No.
That may be a poor choice in words.
I haven't disagreed with you much.
That may be a poor
I'm
choice
gonna
in
vehemently
words.
disagree with you on this one.
Listen, Alo, that may be a poor choice in words. Maybe he's not effective. That may be the right word to use here, right? But that's, again, we could schedule a show for that. I got hours for that.
Yeah, let's do
You know
it.
what I'm saying? But to the point of going back to Kane though, right? And I'm gonna shout out Zay and Lorenzo Blackman, right? Out there. I've never questioned, and I told these guys, everything he does comes from a very good place. He's trying to win games. It was clear he was trying to win games in Tampa.
And Dirk Cutter didn't help him, but that's neither here nor there too. Keep going.
I told y'all when it was happening. I'm like, and I told
because we're not going to gloss over the fact that Dirk Cutter was horrible.
But
he's horrible as an OC. He's horrible as a head coach. He's horrible.
Keyshawn,
the
hell with that.
Listen, Keyshawn's going to serve as my moderator because Keyshawn.
Bruce Arians is the type of coach where he puts everything on the plate day one for a quarterback and expects that quarterback to be able to do everything day one. And I'm not going to blame Bruce Arians.
Right.
I'm not going to blame Bruce Arians at all for James Winston throwing 30
Bruce
picks.
Arians expects the best out of you.
But there's a reason why he threw 30 picks under Bruce Arians and not before that. It's because Bruce Arians didn't give a damn.
Because Bruce Arians said you should make that throw.
Yes.
You should make that throw.
Bruce Arians,
NFL quarterback, you should make that throw.
Bruce Arians said you're a 4-year, 5-year NFL quarterback. You should be able to do what I want you to do in this offense. Fair enough. Got it. But Dirk Cutter did nothing for Jameis Winston. But nothing.
I agree. Alo, and this is to everybody, Rose, Pope, Lorenzo, Zay. This everybody here always said, I never liked the Dirk Cutter hire. You know that, Adrian. I didn't like the fact that Lovey was fired. I thought that wasn't fair to Lovey. I didn't think that was fair to Jameis.
Lovey should have stayed the coach.
Lovey should have stayed the same. Leslie Frazier should have been the defensive coordinator. There's a whole lot wrong with that. But the point is that your talent, in the context of this conversation, your talent, if you are that guy, if Kando is that guy, his talent, especially collegiately, should have shown regardless of scheme. Unless I asked Kando to play corner, I should have seen Kando balling.
No. I agree with you 100% there. When we're talking about Kando, you're a guy that has all the measurables as a top tier defensive end. 6'7", 260, huge wingspan, all of that.
Right.
And to be a non-factor, I don't think Kando gets drafted. I don't think neither one of our defensive ends get drafted. Now, I have heard scouts say that J-Rob has impressed them in workouts. I heard Janoris Robinson had a very good Senior Bowl, and that in individual workouts, the dude's actually been very, very, very good. I don't think either one of our DNs get drafted, though.
But here's, again, in the difference between, tell Todd, Island, shout out to Island, shout out to Philly, right? Shout out to Todd.
Oh, Todd wanted.
He got something. He got something he want to say. Just share it, bro. Like, we listening. You know what I'm saying? We listening. We're gonna get to it as quickly as we can, bro. You know what I'm saying? With all the absolute respect, bro. We love hearing from y'all. You know what I'm saying? I guess the thing is if we're talking about.
He went in. Go ahead, Jared. I'm just laughing at Rose right now.
No, I see what he did, bro.
There you go. He back.
if we really gonna talk about just football, man, in this draft and what players are capable of, and if you're going from college to the NFL, something sticks out about you, right? And again, when y'all watch Brevin Jordan, to Terrence's point, this is an FSU fan. Something stuck out to Jordan, to Terrence about Jordan. I can't say that like a Brad Kaya. Like, did Brad Kaya really stick out to y'all? Probably not. He was probably just another decent quarterback.
Kaya, no, but you know my thoughts on Morris. I thought Morris had some stuff to work.
You remember what was it? Stephen Morris versus University of Florida that year. That was a Muschamp defense.
Right? But think about Morris. what I loved about Morris was that the ball flew off of his hand. Like his release was nasty.
Yeah.
Morris had a nasty release.
Yeah.
What I loved about Morris is that his release just flicked off his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I'm gonna do here, I want to let Todd. This is a first. I'm gonna let Todd speak his piece, and then we'll go on from there. Todd, what do you got for us? Because you said you really wanted to say some stuff. What do you got for us, Todd?
Well, first of all, Josh Kangel does not know how to use his hands. He had no pass rushing skill. He was just raw talent, but couldn't step up to the plate. You look on just last year. He just ran up the tackle. He just never got separation or didn't even try to get to the quarterback. He would just outplay every time.
Can I pause you real quick?
Go ahead.
Because the difference between a Gregory Rousseau and a Josh Kangel is 110% effort. That's how Rousseau, what did he get against y'all, Alo? Like 4 or 5 sacks?
I don't give a damn.
But I'm just saying, he wasn't a skill guy. He was an effort guy. And that's what makes him a hard prospect to grade, because he's not coming out like the Bosa's where it's like, your hand placement's perfect. And like, Rousseau is a former receiver and strong safety turned defensive end, where it's like, I'm going to use that athleticism against some suspect.
I try to explain that to people. Like the guys like the Bosa's who come from these privileged backgrounds, they're coached like that. They're coached. They're coached to be great.
I'm gonna be real. The Bosa's, they lived in
Keyshawn real quick. Terrence, let Keyshawn get his in.
Keyshawn, my bad, Keyshawn. Do you got anything for us, bro? I forgot all about it, bro.
Nah, you good, bro. To go on what you're saying, like the Bosa's, they already come from NFL lineage.
Yes.
So their dad may have been a scrub in the league, but he already knows the ins and outs. So growing up, hand placement or how to use their hands, that was second nature to them. So basically, like y'all saying, they're easier to grade because they do the measurable things. They do those things really well. Versus when you get other players, you got to be like, damn, bro, he's raw as hell. But can we really?
That's 100%.
So,
or should we go?
That's 100%. Hold on, Terrence. Hold on. That's 100% what Keyshawn's saying, because we on this about a couple episodes ago, I don't know exactly when. We watched the #1 overall prospect in high school right now. He's a quarterback that's committed to Ohio State. I forget his name, but you guys know exactly what I'm talking about in the chat.
Quinn Ewers.
We watched his tape. And I told everybody when I watched his tape, I said, okay, he's good. But his family is paying somebody top dollar to coach him like that. Like this guy has the perfect, he's perfect in terms of his release, his footwork. You just don't have that. And that speaks on the Bosa's and what Keyshawn is saying. So you just don't have that.
So
there's difference between Rousseau and just being physically, naturally gifted, and this guy that there's difference between Tyler Hunter, who I think is the best high school player in the country. There's difference between him and him just being naturally gifted. And the guy that is actual #1 player in the high school, in the sense that when you go watch him, and I don't know if you watched him, Jerd, but go watch him. Yeah. Go watch his tape.
Yeah.
It's obvious. It's very, very obvious that kid is being coached by somebody. I don't know who.
Sure.
Tyler.
They are
being coached by somebody.
They are teaching him the ropes.
So with what I want to say, and I apologize.
The problem with the kids like that is has he capped already? When you're coaching a kid like that already, the problem you have is, has he capped to where he won't translate?
Does he know what he needs to know?
But we was just talking, and Todd, we're gonna get back to you in a second, bro. But we was just talking about Ja'Cory today, right? Ja'Cory Brown committing to Miami.
Yeah.
And I can tell you guys right now, he's the number 167 player in the country. There is no way that Ja'Cory has had a quarterback coach for the last 10 years. There's
Either
no
has
way.
MJ Morris, but keep going.
Right. There's just no way. And you have oh man, I'm trying to think right now. I was talking to Mike, Adrian. I was talking to Mike, and I said, you know what? If I think about college football and I think about these recruits, do I ever want the number one quarterback recruit in the country? Do I really want that? Because I'm saying to myself, probably not. Because number one is probably overdeveloped. It's like a Nick Saban defensive back going to the NFL. He's probably overdeveloped. And to an extent, and this is, and Todd, we're going to get back to you in a second, Todd. But if we're talking about, say, the defensive line position, Alabama in recent years has put out Deron Payne. They've put out Jonathan Allen. They have a couple other guys. I think it's Antoine or Anthony Robinson who went to the Lions initially. Jerran Reed, who's
Robinson, name names, man.
They got a ton of them. These are very talented kids, but you have to ask yourself, is that kid coached so well that he's maxed out?
That he's maxed out. That he can't.
That's
what he is what he is.
So
a lot of these kids like that.
I just want to say something.
Right, Keyshawn.
So, I understand. Like all you guys have some knowledge, and I have some knowledge on based upon the Bosa's. And I think Alo and Jer, I've been very vocal about the Bosa's. They have had an advantage.
Of course they have, but
First
everybody knows that.
Not only were they in South Florida, but I had an opportunity. I know them. I've seen them. And I speak from a standpoint of I know their workouts. I'll say that much. I ain't gonna go into too much details.
You don't have to, because I know where you're going.
But you know what I'm talking about.
When you're privileged to the point where
I done did their workouts and thrown up. I know they work out.
When you're privileged to that point,
I've done their workouts and I know who they work out with, and I know that the throw up. I was trying to just get back in fucking shape.
Yes.
And the shit's crazy. They're wild. They got great workouts. They've reached that potential. They're Nick and Joey. They've been there. They've done that. They reached
but
their
how much
maximum.
better are they going to be? Or
and
are
when
they
I
what
tell
they
you,
are right now?
There are some guys who have
now.
better athleticism out there, and they just have a better will.
That's the whole
That's
point.
what it is. That's what separates Joey and Nick Bosa from other guys in South Florida. They have the will. And not only do they have the will, but they have the support.
Yes, they have. There you go. They have a father.
Because it's the same. It's the same thing. Look, if Gregory Rousseau was raised by Bruce Smith and not Mr. and Mrs. Rousseau, Rousseau would be the number.
Hey, Greg.
Look at Marvin.
Be the all-time sack leader right now.
Look at Marvin. Look at Marvin Jones Jr. I love him, and I think FSU that should be their number one target. Marvin Jones. You can't have a kid named Marvin Jones and not go to Florida State. Like that can't. That would be like one of the Blades not going to Miami.
Can I tell you something?
It can't happen. It can't happen. Now with that, hold on. With that said, even though I love Marvin Jones Jr. and I want him to be a Seminole, you have to ask the question with who his dad is and the fact that he played it for the Jets and he played for a long time. Is Marvin Jones Jr. potentially already capped?
Exactly.
So this is what I'll say, and this is for everybody in the chat. So I live in Texas, right? And I've been out here for 7 years. Texas, I'm just doing some comparison for you, Adrian. Texas is so systematic. So when you brought up that quarterback, you brought up Quinn Ewers, who's the quarterback at South Lake.
Y'all act like I didn't live in Texas for 7 years.
You did, but I'm saying like I go to church.
Beautiful football out here.
But I go to church.
It's solid football.
No,
it's good football. It's executional football to watch out here.
It's good football. It's not.
Romantic,
I think Florida football is way better.
It's executional football to watch out here.
They pay top dollar for coaches, stadiums, all of that.
Yes. So the point is that Quinn Ewers in a really great community, a great football community, probably been playing with the same system since Pee Wee. He knows everything to do. And I mentioned Ja'Curry Brown earlier. Ja'Curry, probably not that kid. So I know when I get to Miami,
he's a Valdosta kid, right?
What's that?
Ja'Curry, Valdosta kid, right?
Right, from Valdosta. So it's like I'm absolutely sure that Ja'Curry's ceiling is through the roof. You know what I'm saying? So it's just we're talking originally about Rousseau and Kendo. Kendo came from IMG, correct? I'm gonna assume
Yes.
in that 1 year,
Did he?
Kando's level of coaching was so
He came to come from
high.
IMG.
He went to IMG.
Okay,
So
okay.
his level was
IMG
so high
kid.
that it's kind of like.
I know he's from the DMV area though, but go ahead.
But he an IMG kid.
Rousseau did. Rousseau went to Chaminade, I believe, or Champagnat, one of those two. So he stayed at what was probably the better schools in the area, but he never got that same type of attention. It's like when we're talking about. I used to tell people about Lamar Jackson. I'm assuming Todd is back here. Todd, I'm gonna send it to you in a second, Todd.
Yeah, we're gonna give it to Todd in a second. I'm gonna let Jurgen finish, but I do want to comment on this real quick.
Right.
Philly says Bosa's putting up stats in the NFL. They're not. They are elite of elites. It's not like they were just.
No.
It's for a reason. They're putting up those stats because they're from Florida.
Let me talk to Philly.
And then they know they have that training.
Let me talk to him.
We're not Florida saying athleticism, and I apologize. We're
not saying that they have necessarily capped. I think you're kind of taking what we're saying out of context. We're not saying that the Bosas are capped. What we are saying though is that the Bosas had the privilege of getting a certain amount of training that certain kids don't get. Certain kids don't get that.
Most kids.
Correct. I'm corrected by Jurgen. Most kids in high school don't get the type of training that Marvin Jones Jr. is going to get. Lamont Green Jr. is going to get. The Bosas are going to get. Quinn Edwards, who I don't know who his parents are, but I'm gonna assume from what I watched from Quinn Edwards,
Haitian, right?
I don't know who Quinn Edwards' kid. I don't know who his parents are. I don't think any of his parents are NFL or athletes like that.
No.
But I watch Quinn Edwards.
Rosu Haitian, right?
Maiden Dade, I tell you, me and Maiden Dade. I mean, I did it on the show before. I put Quinn Edwards tape up here, but they'll tell you, I watch Quinn Edwards all 7 minutes of his highlight tape. That kid has coaching. I don't know who's coaching him.
Somebody doing it right.
Someone, and his parents are paying top dollar. So I don't know what his parents do.
I'm gonna say some real shit.
I don't know if his parents are in. I don't know if his parents. I don't know if his parents are in the American business. I don't know what his parents are freaking doing. I'm a little drunk right now, so I don't know what I'm saying.
You ain't that drunk.
But I don't know what his parents do for a living. Is my point. Quinn Edwards is getting top-notch coaching. And I can go through a litany of prospects that get top-notch coaching. And then there are some prospects that just have it, that come from the muck, i.e. Belgrade. They come from nothing. And
Gregory Rousseau.
Dalvin Cook.
Ooh, Dalvin. Yeah, Dalvin's like just another breed.
Guys like that who come from nothing.
But Gregory Rousseau, I feel like defensive end
no one's saying that the Bosas aren't good. I think we all think they're pretty good football players.
They're fucking great.
But what we're saying is they had a certain level of coaching that a lot of kids aren't afforded.
But the thing is, I've seen their coaching. I've seen it, and they do have that coaching.
Hold on. Let's get back to Todd because I ain't gonna lie.
I forgot about Todd. Todd, I apologize.
We got you, baby.
We have a Bosa discussion. I get triggered. Okay.
I'm with you, Jerry, because I'm with you. I don't want to get into all this. I'm a Bosa hater, but I'm with you, Jerry. I don't. Bosas are good.
So let's
they're good, but they're not what people kind of crack them up to be. But I want Todd to put his points out there because I apologize to Todd Pope. Todd Pope has been one of my longest followers for a long time, and I respect him for even because honestly, if it was me, Todd, I probably would have left the chat a long time ago. So thank you for being Todd. Patient.
I can't say that all live. My bad.
Shut up.
Yeah, mute that. T. Go ahead, Todd.
Thank you for being patient, Todd. I want you to get your stuff out there, man, please.
Oh, no, dude, that's fine, man, because I'll tell you what, this is more fun than two skeletons having sex on a 10 roofies and 10 Candace condoms.
What the hell are you talking about? What the hell Todd talking about? Go ahead, Todd.
Todd, you all right?
Let's go, Todd.
Todd drinking too, man.
We damn sure having a good time tonight, though.
I can't drink, guys.
So yeah.
This is
So if you don't know,
fun. This is a blast.
I'm gonna let you finish, Todd. But if you don't know,
Yes, I'm the big
Todd
Florida State fan in Illinois country. Okay, I'm in
Todd,
big Ken. I'm in.
Respect,
Todd is in that Midwest area.
We love it.
FSU fan, but I want to let you guys know the reason why Todd said he's not drinking. I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but I do want to put this out there. Todd recently had like a triple bypass heart surgery.
Respect.
And he recovered from it.
Hey.
He's doing awesome now. So we shout out to Todd, man. That's dope. The fact that you're even here with us now, Todd, is a testament even of itself.
We're grateful, man. That's a blessing, man.
Thank you.
Everybody, like Alo said, man, blesses, and we're glad you're here with us, and got great information to share with us. So share that one more time. What was you saying though?
Okay, you look at the Bosas. What makes them great? Because they got a motor. Josh Kano had no motor. He had like a 2-cylinder motor compared to he should have had a V8 motor in his thing. He never used his hands. He never got acceleration.
But you know what,
just
Todd?
never can put heat on the quarterback.
And Todd, I'm gonna let you finish. But you know what? Motor, there's a lot of things that I believe personally. There's a lot of things that I believe can't be
some real shit.
Can't be coached. Motor. Now, motor's a little 50-50 with me. Being in the profession that I'm in, there's guys that just have it and who don't. But I do believe, given the right circumstances and the right type of push, you can put motor in a motor. You can.
It can be coached.
I can put a motor in a kid. I can put a motor. I can put a motor in a car. I can put a motor in a truck.
Hold on one second.
Like getting it running.
Let Keyshawn go. Let Keyshawn
go. No. It's I ain't even say it's more like putting a motor in somebody. It's more like finding ways to get that motor going. Because some people just don't necessarily got the right motivation or the right buttons not being pushed. And then I was listening to a podcast with Chase Young the other day. And he was talking about when he got to Ohio State in spring camp and he beating the shit out the tackle. Like 4-5 times in a row, he done got 5 sacks.
Yeah.
So the position coach called to the side and he told him, he's like, man, you sorry, you're not good. And he looking at him like, man, what? He's like, yeah, man, you're not doing that well. Like, you think you're winning, but you're really not doing that well. And like, that caused him to realize, like, yo, I got to really bring it. Like, bring it. And not to say Chase don't got a motor. That's probably not the best example. But it's like, for certain players, I believe.
I get what you're saying.
That button got to be pushed, man. You really got to find that, that trigger.
And I get that button's got to be pushed. So, to say something, like, they talking about the motor for guys, like, I completely agree, but motor matters. I know a guy, and I'm gonna be real. So
it does matter, but can you put motor in a guy?
Yes, you can. You want me to tell you the truth? Okay. I know a guy who only got drafted because somebody put motor in. I'm talking about some shit where the Bosas, I know the guy who put the motor in Bosas. They got their dad and all that other shit. But there was a guy who was working on them being defensive ends, and what they talk about was, oh, you ain't fucking cutting it, and that's what matters. And as a guy in Florida, if you hit somebody, you ain't cutting it, you ain't gonna make it, you ain't gonna get your meal. It's some niggas. I'm sorry for my language. It's some guys down in Florida. You gotta eat. It's about eating.
I'm gonna cut you real quick. I'm gonna cut you real quick because that may have worked for the Boasters. And this is really kind of getting off, you know what I'm saying? Topic.
Yeah, it is, but it's all
it might be.
But hear me out. I know for a fact that there's kids right now getting paid to play PB football.
Ooh, big money.
But
Tyler says cap.
They mama light bills getting paid.
Tyler, what you talking about?
I'm acknowledging Tyler, Alo, but what I'm saying is, Terrence, I'm not going to show up unless my mom is taken care of. I don't need somebody to tell me to turn it on because I legitimately can make money off this at 8 years old. So all I'm saying is that
as that guy, I hear you. But that guy, I got put on the back of trucks. I got put on the back of F-150s for that
Right.
reason, bro. Like
But
that ass. Like,
Some
hey,
Sierras
come
within
out
it.
here, bro. And that's what Florida football is about. And I can't
Right,
deny that. You're right.
but to the point of Todd, and I said this when we got off track in the first place. Shout out to Todd. Is Rasal and Kendo are separated not by hand placement or not by skill. Rasal gets on that field and he plays like he has to earn every snap. That's a fact. And the reason why Rasal is getting drafted, there's another 6'7", 250 guy out there, right? Rasal's getting drafted because he's going to outwork that guy. Same thing with Jalen Phillips. I know that they're not developed, but you know what? Every snap, they go on 110%. You know what I'm saying?
If coach ain't worried about your motor, they could teach everything else, man. That's how coach feels.
Fuck a motor.
Hold on. No.
Motor gonna be there.
Tell me, I'm gonna shout out Keyshawn real quick because he's a Rams fan. We can say everything we want. Keyshawn, they were saying earlier, they was like, Jared, you was one of the first people that we knew that said Aaron Donald was that deal. And you know that from me, Keyshawn. I've been saying
Aaron Donald been Aaron Donald's friend since he was in college, bro.
Correct.
FSU won the championship that year, and Jurgen been on that train.
And there's not many guys that's gonna say that. Jurgen been on that shit from day one.
But listen, Aaron Donald, on top of being stronger and faster, maybe not bigger, but stronger and faster and more skilled than everybody in front of him, he wants it more than every single player that lines up in front of him. And that's why Gregory Rousseau is going to have a job next year, right? That's why Kendo's not going to have a job. Kendo, I've always said, so my background for everybody in the chat, I coached high school football for almost 6 years in South Florida. My last job I was a coordinator at Pope John Paul High School in Boca Raton, Florida. Real small school, right? Yeah, it's been a long time. I started coaching at 20 years old, right? But at Pope John Paul, we had a couple kids. We had this kid named Will Genius. Shout out to Will. I wish he was in here right now. He ended up playing at SMU. Will was such a good athlete. He tore his ACL in spring and got 2 offers laying on his back in a stretcher, okay? But Will, despite being more talented than everybody around him, wanted to be a better football player than those kids surrounding him. Kendo didn't want that. I can tell you that. Alo can acknowledge that. You can acknowledge that. No question. Kendo didn't show up to practice and say, you know what, Mark, you my teammate, but fuck Mark Wilson.
I want to be better.
Or Marv Wilson. I'm trying to get my money. You know what I'm saying?
I want to be better.
Right.
So here's what I want to do. Because we haven't even touched on it yet. And we
ain't got close to it.
We literally are touching on 3 hours. So for me, that's good. I don't have an issue. I know you guys are a little bit time maybe working against some of you brothers in the States, but I'm good. It's only 6 o'clock here for me. I know you guys are working on damn near midnight and 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'm good.
I didn't realize it was 11:15 right now.
Yeah.
I forget you and Jurgo on Central Time.
Yeah, we out here.
Todd should be on Central Time.
I actually got a college football game to show up at, man. I got a cousin.
And I don't know what time Keyshawn's on.
I'm a name drop real quick. Just Keyshawn, put it out there.
Keyshawn's still in Florida, right?
Yeah, I'm a name drop just to put it out there. My cousin got a game. He played.
No, Keyshawn, you in Canada.
Yeah. But I'm on Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're on Eastern. All right. So what I want to do?
But real quick, if I can just name drop, I'm going to the Lamar University game tomorrow. Matter of fact, if you want some information, I'll drop it. But my little cousin playing at Lamar University. I'm gonna go show up at his game. Hopefully, his whole show up at Lamar University is end up at UGA. But it's crazy, man. Like, it's kids out here who have the athleticism from the state of Florida. And I want to be clear because we all know this. There's some guys from the state of Florida who just trying to show out. My cousin out here, he from Texas, but he got that Florida athleticism.
So here's what I want to do. I want to let Todd finish his point.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I want to let Todd finish his point, and then I do want to get on to the current roster and where exactly do we see some of these kids going in the future draft. And I know Keyshawn will have a lot more to say about that. But Todd, I want you to finish what you got to say, man, because I do appreciate you for coming on here tonight and kicking it with us. Todd, you there?
Yeah, I just wish Florida State, Miami.
Okay.
was just back to the old days, man. The big rivals.
Well, let's be honest. You really don't care. You really don't care about Miami, but you do wish Florida State was back where they need to be. I do agree with you on that.
Listen, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I don't care what none of y'all FSU fans say. There is no Florida State. There is no Florida if Miami does not step into the spotlight.
Well, we've had that conversation before. I don't really care about the Gators, but as far as the Florida State, as far as FSU and Miami goes, yeah.
You have to have.
I think we needed each other to be
right.
It ended up being.
Because when we get out and we win that national title, kind of against all odds with a true freshman quarterback, which is unheard of at the time, but we win that national title, and now the state of Florida is finally put on the map nationally, right, Adrian? So now you play Miami the next year, and it's like, well, hold on a second, y'all. They're playing the national champion Miami Hurricanes, right? And this isn't to discredit Florida State. This is just real facts, right? Like if UCF won they never won a national title. So if USF won a national title, when the UCF game comes up, oh, these are the defending national champions. Oh, they get to play these guys this year. Oh, I get to go out on the trail and say, hey, we're recruiting to beat these guys next year. That's what sets.
That's fair. No, that's fair.
That's fair. And that's all I'm saying. Like, these teams that kind of run kind of like a monopoly in their states, like Ohio State,
LSU.
LSU.
I mean, it's either the team runs an individual monopoly or there's a good two-team rivalry in that state.
Keyshawn, I don't even mean to disagree with you, but name me a state. No, seriously. Keyshawn, name me one state that has a serious two-team rivalry.
Alabama.
But that's
what?
Adrian, I would say Texas.
You know what? No, hell no. Definitely not Texas. I lived in Texas for 7 years. That state is 100% Longhorns, and the only reason that the A&M even has any type of traction is because they eventually went over to the SEC. But outside of that Houston area, that state is 100% Texas Longhorns. Period. Point blank. Now, I won't even go to Texas. As far as Alabama goes, okay, Alabama might be the only state that you can name as a two-team rivalry. And even that rivalry, when has that rivalry ever meant anything on the national scene? Except in the last 10 years, maybe two, 3, 4 times. But in the history of college football, when has the Iron Bowl, Alabama, Auburn ever meant anything?
No, hey, bro.
In a national sense. When has those two teams ever played? When have you looked at that game and said one of these two teams are going to be a national championship? Because the only time I can think of is maybe when Cam Newton played. Maybe when Cam played, and damn sure that one time
when Cam Newton took that shit.
And damn sure one time when Auburn took the field goal back for a touchdown. Because if Auburn doesn't win that game, Florida State plays Alabama in the national championship.
So twice. So in
twice out of 100 years, Alabama and Auburn have ever meant anything.
I won't say 100 years, but we'll say the last 20.
But listen, what Keyshawn's saying
pre segregation football.
Okay, pre-segregation.
Pre-segregation fucking football.
We're not gonna get into that. But what Keyshawn is saying.
We can get into it because we do that.
It's the facts. Pre-segregation football.
What Keyshawn's saying is true. It's either one university runs it or there's two universities jockeying for position.
Florida is the only state
what you're saying
where 3 programs
have
been dominant for multiple years, extended amount of time, where Florida has a right to say that they've been the best program in Florida. FSU has the right to say they've been the best program in Florida. And Miami has the right to say they've been the best. They're the only state.
So, gentlemen, I'm gonna cut out real quick. I gotta actually head out tonight. They still trying to explore the celebration of tonight. I appreciate all of y'all, man. I'm glad we had a good conversation. Y'all gonna continue to have a good conversation, as ALO only knows how to do. But I'm gonna cut out. Y'all have a good night. All right, y'all.
Enjoy it, bro.
All right, Terrence, bro.
All right, take it easy.
Till next
Adrian, what I'm trying to say is that both of y'all aren't wrong. What you're speaking is to, in my mind, significance of the rivalry. And in Keyshawn's side of things, spark out Big Key, you know what I'm saying? But what Keyshawn's just saying is that it's one of two things if you look at a state. You're either going to have one team that runs the state or a rivalry within that state that quote unquote dictates the state, right? But the reality is that Texas A&M, you're right, Adrian, there's no national championship.
Bro,
it's a pissing contest.
You can't look at another. It's a pissing contest. You can't look at one other state in the country and say that state has two big teams that consistently compete for national championships. You can't look at it. And Florida is the only state that has three.
Right.
Three.
Right. But to his point though, and again, this is this whole conversation. We'll get to the guys on the roster in a minute. It's like, dog, if you look at these schools, if you know we're doing well, on draft day, everybody's coming to our pro days, right, Adrian?
I think it's. I mean, you're right, Jurgen, but it's not fuck draft day, recruiting day. The universities is coming into Florida,
but like
recruiting day, they're only coming into one of three states, and it's really
right.
It's really Florida. And I'll be honest with you, Georgia has made a lot of ground these past. Georgia is on the up and up.
Right.
Georgia is on the up and up, and I'll take Louisiana too. Louisiana's putting some guys out there. But that Texas California pipeline, you're talking about the two biggest states in the union.
They're iffy.
Outside of Alaska, who obviously nobody's coming from Alaska to play college football.
Right.
But California and Texas are the two. California and Texas are the two biggest states in the union. They have prospects off of sheer numbers, nothing less, nothing more.
Right. I think Florida.
Go ahead, Keyshawn.
No. You saying exactly what I'm saying, Alo. I think Florida is better per capita of athlete they put out. Because honestly, I'd be watching TV with my homeboys. I'd be like, bro, all these dudes is from Florida, bro. Like all these dudes
all of them.
Florida.
Right.
I can't.
And the only two states.
I can't watch an NFL game, bro, without being like, bro, Florida.
They're either coming from Florida, Louisiana, or Georgia. The only two states that have an argument with Florida are Georgia and Louisiana, and that's in recent years.
Hey, can I pause real quick, Alo, to acknowledge Philly in the comments?
Yeah, man.
I live just outside of Dallas, and last year I used to Uber a little bit. During the Red River rivalry, Dallas was red. Dallas was red with Oklahoma red.
Because Texas sucks.
Yeah, it's
and really nobody wants to go to A&M because A&M is the baby brother of Texas.
Right, but to the point in really this conversation, we're going to talk about the rosters, right? We have people from Texas. We have all this. But if you're coming to Miami, and I'm going to speak for Miami in a second because when I pulled the numbers, and you know, right, last 5 years, 26 players have been drafted from the University of Miami, and a good chunk of these guys we'll use, for example, Rayshawn Jenkins just signed. I think what he signed, Keyshawn, $30 million with Jacksonville or something like that. $30 million was 16 guaranteed. Rayshawn Jenkins was ranked number 800 in the country, 842. You know, but from a Miami standpoint, it's like, listen, if you come here, you're coming here to make a leap as a person, as a football player. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we hope when we talk about the rivalry. And going back to Todd, we're looking at the rivalry and saying, man, we really hope kids come here and really hope to take that next step to being a great baller, so that on Saturdays when we play each other in 2021 and 2022, that game is going to be filled with a bunch of head busters. You know what I'm saying? That's what the game's missing. You know, we talk about, and to Jimbo's credit, we've talked about Jimbo's quarterback development quite a bit between the three of us, right? You know, you got Christian Ponder, you got EJ Manuel. But did y'all ever watch that game and be like, damn, them two dudes are special? Like,
what, you know, what I think the game is missing, if we're strictly talking FSU Miami,
right.
I think the game is missing Amari Cooper.
Right.
The game is missing the top players from Florida playing against it. Because back in the 90s, you didn't leave the state of Florida.
Right.
Maybe one or two did.
Right.
Now, everybody's going to Ohio State. Because, newsflash, folks, the only school that competes with Alabama in terms of recruiting is Ohio State.
Sure.
Those are the two most prolific. Now, Texas Longhorns they're the richest program in college football, period. As a matter of fact, Texas is the second richest college university in the entire country. Harvard being number one. Harvard's the richest college in the United States. Texas is second.
Right, the richest endowment. Right.
Yeah. In terms of football, there's only two programs that really recruit on an elite level. When I say elite, I'm talking about if they want a kid, they can get a kid. That's Ohio State. That's Alabama. Period.
Right.
So what's lacking from FSU Miami, even FSU Florida? Now I would say Miami, Florida.
Really, the boys trying to make the hometown team better.
Right, and honestly, I don't say this a lot about Miami players. But there's one player that I respect on the current Miami roster. It's that damn Nesta. Because Nesta said it. Nesta in his commitment interview, he said, I can go to wherever I want to go. But why not make the crib great again?
Real talk.
And I respect it. I honestly, that's not the list talking. Make the crib great again. Why do you need to go? Why does the Florida player, and unlike any other maybe California, because California does have a lot of kids that go out of state, and I get that. Florida is the only state where kids consistently go out of state, and I don't understand it, but I do understand.
But there's two reasons.
I understand it. I understand it for the sense of, for instance, you're looking at a guy right here whose parents are from New York.
Right.
Actually, my father's from Puerto Rico. My mother's from New York. I mean, everybody knows Puerto Ricans flock to New York. I don't know why, but Puerto Ricans flock to New York. I was born in New York, but raised in Lakeland, Florida. So you have a lot of kids like that are similar to me, where they may have been born in Ohio, Michigan, wherever the hell, but were raised in Florida because their parents decided to flock here, retire, whatever the case. Florida is a unique state in the sense that people come there to retire, but they have no really affiliation to the state.
You know, Halo,
that's why
what they say about Florida. They say the more south you go, the more north you get.
But you're right though. You're right. Absolutely, 100%. Now you're right, but you're not right. Because I'll say this about Florida, and this is off topic, but I'm just gonna say this, and we'll continue the conversation. Orlando was the one city in Florida that ain't Florida. That place, Orlando, is completely a northern city.
Sure, in Puerto Rico,
definitely.
That Orlando is not from the South. Right. Now you go to Polk County, that's a different beast. Some places in Hillsborough County, that's a different beast. Dade County is a completely different place on and of itself. I love me some Dade County, but they are Dade County. I got family in Dade County. But Dade is a completely different beast. But certain counties, Polk County for one, I would say Palm Beach County, Broward, those are Florida. Those counties are I was about to say FSU, but those counties are representative of what Florida is. But a city like Orlando, don't put any stock into Orlando. Miami,
no.
While I say Dade County is Florida, Miami necessarily isn't, because you got a huge section of Miami population that ain't from Florida.
So let me just chime in real quick, because if we're talking about keeping these kids home, and this is always a good conversation to have.
We can't keep them home though, Jerry.
There's two things that happen. A dude from Florida, I will use another word aside of dude. I'm gonna allow y'all to assume what word that is. But a Florida dude sometimes needs to be out of Florida in order to live life.
That's good. That's a great point. That's
So
a great
you-
point.
Again,
Sometimes you gotta
but-
leave. Sometimes you gotta leave this shit.
if you from Slap in the middle of Riviera Beach, you may not need to stay close to Riviera. You may need to be at least a 5-hour drive from Riviera or Palm Beach or wherever. So I get that. But I think the problem is, and even if we look at draft day, right? And this is where this whole conversation starts. The Miami program last year, we only had one kid from South Florida drafted. That's Jonathan Gardner, right? We had 2 kids from North Florida, Jacksonville area, which I would assume is just far enough.
Duval's different though.
But what I'm saying
From
is,
my experience, Duval
Right.
is very.
but
Duval
they're
is
just
like
far enough.
Duval's
just
almost
far
borderline Georgia. Like
Right,
Mhm,
but that's the
mhm.
point, is that they're far enough
Exactly.
that they can get away from Jacksonville and be in Miami and be in a whole nother world, right?
yeah.
Just like if you live in Polk County, Miami might as well be
No,
Illinois.
no. Real talk. Like Polk County is borderline South Florida. Like I know it's Central Florida, but I'm telling you right now, a lot of
You have
let me PG my comments, but a lot of dudes in Polk County got some South Florida swag in them.
you have
Polk County,
influence.
Polk County, we relate a lot more to South Florida than we do Northern Florida.
What I'm saying is that while the cultural influence is there, so like example, I done been up to Prana, I've been up to all of that with y'all boys. I know what it's like. Y'all was listening to Ace Hood when we was listening to Ace Hood, right? But when you talk about getting away from home, because sometimes getting away from home is what a kid has to do, right? If I'm from Liberty City in Miami and my parents don't want me to be around Liberty City, what they gonna tell me, dog? Take the Alabama offer. Take the offer from Georgia. I think that's what happens more often than not. We're not giving enough credit. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I just honestly believe that the family ties pay more part of it because I look at a state like Alabama, those kids don't leave the state.
But they don't. But
Texas kids
in Alabama
as big as Texas is, those kids don't leave the state.
And let me. But again, though, if you're in Alabama, if I'm a country boy, I am not leaving the country. Miami is another world for a country boy. Can we agree on that?
Miami's not country. Okay, so there I agree with you. Miami.
I'm talking about us.
I've always said that about like there's
Miami's
Florida,
not the South.
There's Florida and there's the Miami. Miami's very different. If you've ever been to Miami, like the hell with all that shit you watch on TV.
Nah, bro.
If you ever been in the trenches in Miami, again, I got family down there, so I used to spend summers, Labor Day. I used to be down there in Miami. Shout out to my god brother, godmother, Chad Richardson, all of them guys. Shout out to Knightington, one of the Miami running backs. That's actually a family, believe it or not. Yeah, I used to be down there, and it's different. I agree with you 100%. Miami is a different vibe. Like,
and I'm just talking about
music wise, and all of that. Miami is like so
Attitude,
different
vibe,
than the
lingo.
Yeah, everything is so different from the rest of Florida. You're absolutely right on that.
And that's all I'm saying. Like, it's easier for and y'all have killed this in recruiting for years. Y'all would go to Southern Georgia and get a kid, right? We would never, ever be in South Georgia getting kids. You know that. We would never be.
FSU's always killed South
But
Georgia.
that's what I'm saying, because that feels like home to them. Like, they come to Miami, it's like,
bro.
You feel me?
I mean,
so
anywhere between Tallahassee and damn near Atlanta is
FSU country. Absolutely.
FSU territory.
My opinion,
and that's why Georgia Bulldogs can kiss my ass, because they act like they own this shit, but they don't.
But they never did.
They never did.
Never did. Is when we was talking about FSU recruiting this year, and I was like, man, it looks like geographically it just feels different because y'all got kids from Arkansas and shit. Like, I was like, man, y'all usually like be getting kids from Alpharetta, Georgia. And
well, I definitely think that has a lot to do with the staff. Obviously,
I agree. I'm just saying that's why I asked that.
COVID didn't help the staff at all.
Right.
So they had to recruit the areas that they were familiar with because, again, newsflash, people, recruiting is about relationships.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I'm not even talking about relationships with kids. I'm talking about relationships with high school. If a coach can't walk into high school and be the man, then that coach has no leverage on that high school. That's one of the biggest reasons why Florida State has never recruited, for instance, Armwood in Hillsborough County. FSU's never recruited that campus well because FSU, first of all, that program is run by a bunch of Gators.
Right.
That program is run by.
I'm about to say, don't that school only put out Gators? I know.
Bruh, Armwood is run by a bunch of University of Florida guys. Right. So it's very hard for even Jimbo Fisher to walk into Armwood, especially when he had FSU as on his hat instead of Texas A&M. It's extremely hard for Jimbo Fisher to walk into Armwood and say, come to Florida State, despite the fact that we're winning ACC, we're winning national championships, because recruiting is all about relationships.
You basically going into blue and orange territory.
And I'm not talking about kids. That's why FSU doesn't recruit Polk County, specifically Lakeland. Lakeland, Florida is ran by the Gators. I played for the Lakeland Gators as a Pop Warner kid. Right. I know what it means to put on that orange and blue as a child. You're expected to be a Gator. Chris Rainey, Marquise Pouncey, the Pouncey twins, all of those kids, Ahmad Black, they are Gators.
Go ahead,
how we got the Palm Beach Garden Gators jersey. So basically, that's like a Florida Gators, basically recruiting.
Bro, it's not. You don't realize this as a child, or even as a young adult. Once you get older, you say, hold on, let me step back a minute. That shit's there for a reason. There's a reason why there's a Lakeland Gators. There's a reason why Chris Rainey played for the Lakeland Gators up until his last year, where he played for the Lakeland Predators. Because when I played for the Gators,
he still went back.
What you think? Because it's all connected. Nobody talks. Hold on, I'm gonna let you finish, Jerk. Nobody talks about it. But when I was in high school, Chris Rainey was in high school. Chris Rainey was getting money, gifts, all this stuff from University of Florida alumni in the city of Lakeland. It was reported. It was talked about in the Lakeland Ledger. Nobody did anything about it. Chris Rainey was getting all of that stuff as a Lakeland Gator, Lakeland Dreadnought. At that time, he was a Dreadnought. He wasn't playing Pop Warner anymore. He was playing full-on high school. As a Lakeland Dreadnought, Chris Rainey was getting all of that. People don't talk about how the Pouncey twins were Florida State fans growing up and became best friends with Rainey and ended up going to the Gators. I'm not talking about shit that I don't know. I lived it. I saw it. The Gators are prevalent in Polk County, especially Lakeland. You don't find FSU fans in Lakeland, Florida. I'm one of the few.
You absolutely right, though. The crazy thing is, I knew a girl and her family that went to FSU because they was going to FSU at the same time, and I was actually down in Tampa visiting, and I seen Armwood play. But when I think about it, every time I see recruiting and I see somebody, because Armwood they always get a lot of nice players. They're pretty much they're one of those teams that expect to win consistently. But now that I think about it, every time I see somebody coming out of Armwood,
where they go?
They usually go to Florida.
They go to Florida.
If they're 4 or 5 stars,
they go to Florida. There's only 2 players that I can recall. And anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. There's only two players from Lakeland Dreadnoughts that ever went to Florida State, and that's Kendrick Stewart and Scooter Hagens, because who the hell is his uncle? We know who his uncle is, so we knew where he was going. There's only 2 players from from Lakeland Dreadnoughts that ever went to Florida State. Yet you're talking about a program that has won how many national championships has the Dreadnoughts won? Right. They've beaten teams like St. Thomas Aquinas and Armwood consistently.
But the difference let me jump in real quick. The difference between a South Florida kid and a Lakeland kid and this is a cultural thing. And Keyshawn, you would understand this because you're from here. The only color we see is green. That's it. That's all it's about. If you are a kid that grew up in Miami, and I got family members that struggle with this right now, the only thing you see is the bag. And your boy, I think it Made in Dade or it was either Made in Dade or Kenny Zay who brought it up. The money that's coming through Miami. It's almost like being a hired assassin. I'm gonna come out there and run routes for you. I'm gonna come out there and catch 100 catches for you, but you got to make sure I'm taken care of. That's the attitude, because it's been that way since Pop Warner. So you know what? I don't have any allegiance to Miami, because can Miami do for my family what Alabama's gonna do for my family? Right?
There you go.
We just had a story come out of Valdosta about some shit we always knew, that Bama 6 figures. Cam Newton was one of the biggest topics. Cam Newton was between Mississippi State and Auburn, talking about $250,000.
And why has Earl Little Jr. not committed to Miami yet?
You know
because
why?
we know why he hasn't committed to Miami yet.
I don't care. They
has nothing to do with the lineage. If everything was even, Earl Little Jr. would be a hurricane tomorrow.
No question.
He would be a hurricane tomorrow.
No
but it's
question.
not all even.
No question. But again, Earl Little Sr., and I'm sure he wants his son to be a Cane. But I know he's not stupid to the game.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
He knows exactly what's going on.
And we not going to sit here and play dumb. So they were saying some stuff.
We don't necessarily know Earl Little Sr.'s financial.
But that's
you feel me?
Though, because
it's a little bit of the point because
Patrick Surtain's dad.
That was different.
No,
that was different.
Patrick Surtain different. Patrick Surtain different.
No,
we both know that was different.
Surtain, listen to me.
Surtain was supposed to be a Tiger. Period. Point blank.
And that's my problem. Is that Surtain was working out with Odell Beckham and Jarvis Landry and all these dudes. And last minute, I'm going to Alabama. You know what it is.
But we know why.
But daddy's not stupid. Daddy's not stupid, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And I honestly thought that was the biggest whole move. Look, I don't like to talk about kids like that.
Ever.
I'm 30 plus, Jerg's 30 plus, Keish 30. I don't like to talk about kids in that sense. But we talked about that, Jurgen. Surtain had no business going to Alabama. He was LSU all the way. I don't care what a Miami fan tells you. Surtain was LSU all
we never thought he was going to Miami.
No one thought he was going anywhere but LSU.
And then to top that off, Tyson Campbell, pretty sure
Campbell was the one kid I thought Miami had a chance in.
But remember, Tyson Campbell was a late flip to Georgia.
It didn't shock me that he went to Georgia though.
But the problem is, and like I said earlier, everybody's bending rules, right? And if we were to talk about into the draft day discussion, if we were to talk about the University of Miami, if we were having draft day today, and we said Miami's pro day were today, and Patrick Surtain and Tyson Campbell, and you see what I'm saying? Miami would sound like a national championship team, right? And I'm just to the point of the conversation is we can talk about auto recruiting and everything. Until we line up at these pro days, Adrian and Keyshawn, and we're looking at some dogs coming off the roster, that's the only way to know we're back, right? That's the only way to know we're back, dog. Like you can't, and I'm not talking about quarterbacks because we know quarterbacks, that's a once in a lifetime thing that you really have a pro. You know, Jared Goff went number 1 overall. I know that hurts you, Keyshawn, but Jared Goff went number 1 overall. Carson Wentz, like that's a crapshoot, right? But you know, man. When is Miami gonna line up the pro day and have Willis McGahee back there? You know, but that's what defines the program. That's what defines the program, whether we like it or not. That's why when Miami fans, when we get into these little pissing contests online with FSU fans, you know what I'm saying? We talk about what we did on draft day.
I do think the only thing holding Miami back.
Here you go.
And I'm gonna say this about Florida State because Florida State dropped the ball completely. Is that elite coach? We had one. We went from Bobby to Jimbo, and we had it. Jimbo was supposed to be the coach at Florida State for the next 20 years.
Right.
And we fucked it up.
But the difference
but the only reason we fucked it up is because they were used to Bobby. See, Bobby didn't ask for shit.
Right.
But it was a different level of football back then. It was a different level of football back then. Bobby didn't ask for upgraded facilities. Bobby didn't ask for this and that and that. Bobby just went out there and said, "I'm gonna put the best guys on. I'm gonna recruit my ass off." Because hands down, Bobby Bowden in the 90s was the best recruiter, bar none, and you can't compare it. And the only person you can compare Bobby Bowden to would be Nick Saban right now. And I see you doing this, but show me a guy who was recruiting on Bobby Bowden's level in the 90s. I'm not talking about the early 2000s when Bobby fell off. In the 90s, nobody was recruiting like Bobby Bowden.
But hear me out.
And all Bobby wanted to do was recruit and put guys on the field. Bobby was so great with the boosters. Bobby didn't ask for anything extra. Bobby said, all I got to do is see. Bobby was arguably the best college football coach of all time. But the one thing that hold on. The one thing that held Bobby back, and the one thing I'll give Nick Saban the edge over Bobby didn't have the foresight.
Right.
Bobby didn't look at the landscape of college football and said, damn, at the height of FSU's tenure, I should have asked for upgraded facilities, because the facilities that Jimbo inherited were the same goddamn facilities that they were using in 1993. That's the problem with Florida State. The boosters got so comfortable with Bobby Bowden that when Jimbo came in and started asking for stuff, they were like, hold on. Bobby won 2 national championships and played in 6, 7, 8 national championships and never asked for a dime. You come in here and you've never won nothing other. This is before he won the national championship.
Right.
You come in here and you're asking for stuff and you've not won a thing.
Right.
That was the disconnect between FSU and Jimbo.
But Adrian,
hindsight, FSU looks at it and said, "Man, we should have gave Jimbo what he wanted."
I agree.
But they were so comfortable with the way Bowden ran shit,
right?
That it's very
championship mentality.
Yeah, because Bobby could turn chicken shit into chicken salad. Period.
Right. But
Jimbo doesn't compare to Bobby. But we had one of the top 5 college coaches in the country. Twice. And if we would have just gave him what he wanted, we'd be still at the top right now. But go ahead.
Hear me out. And I've said this about Miami in a different way. Our stomachs got too full, right? We was too good. We exploited a resource that nobody else can exploit, right? Which was South Florida, when people were scared to go into South Florida to recruit. We exploited that resource, and we said for years, we're just going to do this South Florida thing. We're going to get a quarterback from up north or out west, and we're going to run this pro-style offense. And I said it in this group maybe 3-4 weeks ago when we had our last talk, Alo. It is 2020. Miami has gone full-time spread offense for the first time. Isn't that some shit, right?
That is crazy, yeah.
But you looking at 2 programs that said, look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it was like, well, hold on a second. It was broke on the way to Bobby being out. It was broke when Randy Shannon took over. It was broke when Al Golden took over. When is somebody gonna pull the horn here and say, hold up, we need to change a little bit? You know what I'm saying? And that's on both sides. It took Mark Richt coming to Miami. Nobody in Miami is ever, if Manny Diaz, and I hope he does, I don't know if he will, but if Manny Diaz, there go that Remy. If Manny Diaz goes on to win a national title at Miami, if Manny Diaz goes on to win an ACC title at Miami, nobody's going to give Mark Richt credit for putting down $1 million to get the new facilities built.
There you go. Miami fans completely ignored it. They always talk shit about Mark Richt, but Mark Richt was the catalyst for what Miami could potentially be. Mark Richt was the perfect hire for what Miami could grow into. Now, Manny Diaz has to capitalize on that, but you're talking right on with it. Miami fans tend to. I talk to some of my best followers are honestly Miami fans. Right. I don't know why. I guess they just fuck with my personality.
Right, you cool.
Some of my best subscribers are Miami guys, and they completely they act like Miami excuse me, Mark Richt is like
chopped liver.
Yeah, like
so
Rick is the reason.
He's the reason. Listen, I said this to my buddy Ed. I don't know if he's in here. I got to get him in here one day. But I said to Ed, I'm like, look, bro, if you look at Miami, Florida, and Florida State as of today, right? Florida had their best season in a very long time. I don't think it was impressive, but they had a great season, right? Objectively speaking. Who's more stable as a program right now, Adrian? I'm just being real. Is Florida that much better off than Miami is as a program right now?
Florida, let me tell you, Florida, I'm glad you brought it up. That damn University of Florida, they've missed out.
And that's the point.
This was the perfect time for Florida to take
And that's the point.
And Dan Mullen's such of a cornball.
Right.
That they couldn't capitalize on that. Florida State sucks.
And
Miami is average at best.
Right.
And the University of Florida couldn't capitalize on it. Don't let Florida State actually gain some traction this season. Don't let Miami actually gain some traction this season. Florida's third at best in this.
If Miami,
period.
Let's say Miami wins, and this is my prediction. I'm pretty sure we're going to lose to Alabama. Just to be fair, right? We're gonna if we come into Alabama. We've made some changes on the offensive line, whatever. We're inexperienced at defensive line and linebacker. That's not good against Alabama. But if we find a way to even be competitive against Alabama, and we find a win to be a 10-win regular season team next year, right? Assuming that it's either FSU or UNC that's the second loss. We're not losing both of those games, right? If Miami wins 10 games, let's say FSU finds a way to get to 7-5 or 8-4. That's momentum. Can we agree on that, Adrian? That's real momentum.
No, 7-5 and 7-8 wins is what I'm predicting next year.
Right, so but that's real momentum.
Yeah, you're right on the money.
Florida is not going to win more than 9. I know that.
They're not. 9 would be favorable for those guys. I don't think they have a quarterback, bro. I know Emory Jones. The only thing I'll give credit to Dan Mullen is that he can pull some shit out at quarterback.
He's a great coach.
Yeah, he can pull some shit out at quarterback. So Emory Jones under Dan Mullins might be able to do something, but I'm not sold on the Gators at all.
But that's my point. If you look at the programs, who's in better hands today?
How have you been on the top of the state of Florida for the last 3 years? 3 years at least? You say 4. I say 3. Okay, yeah. 4 years. How have you been on top of the state of Florida for the last 4 years? Not one time in them 4 years have you pulled a top 5 class.
Right.
You're barely pushing top 10. You're barely pushing top 10 classes.
Remember.
You reverse those. Put FSU in Florida's position. We're pulling top 5 classes easily. It's not even a question.
Hey, time out real quick. Adam's in here right now. Alo.
That's Adam?
AJ88. That's Ant right there, bro. Shout out Ant real quick. Adam,
come in here, bro.
Yeah. Send him the link on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm put a link in the chat. But
the reality is that if you go and you talk about where we're at now, Florida.
Dub, come in here, Dub.
Right. But we really gonna sit here and be like, yo, is Miami in a worse position than Florida is right now?
Not at all. And that's sad.
So
from Florida's standpoint, that's absolutely sad.
Because they should do.
Miami, no, Benji sleep at the moment.
It's all good.
Oh, man. All right. Cool.
We'll get him next time. But it's like, what did y'all really do? Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying, if we're really going to talk about the future of these programs, it's like, well, damn, hold on a minute. Mark Richt set up Miami by hiring the right defensive coordinator. He hired the perfect guy. He hired somebody that he knew he can keep at Miami for at least 4 years, which is pretty much what happened until he took the Temple job. And when I really do think when Rick retired, I don't think it was just health. He knew Manny was leaving.
Yeah,
he knew Manny was the guy. I really do believe that, bro. I really believe that.
Rick could still coach now if he wanted to.
Rick could get a job tomorrow.
Definitely could.
Yeah.
But the idea is that Rick is never really getting love for setting us up for what this is right now. You bring in James Williams and Leonard Taylor. We started recruiting them under Mark Richt, and it's because Manny was there. If Mark never hires Manny, that doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So, and you go to you guys at Florida State, you mentioned that kind of like being spoiled thing. It's like, damn, we had the head coach in waiting, but nobody listened to the head coach in waiting. Thankfully, our head coach kind of listened, right? Like Rick learned from what he had at Georgia. He had terrible facilities at Georgia. And he said, you know what? I'm at least going to upgrade this while I'm here for the next guy. Rick knew he wasn't going to win no national title. You know what I'm saying? That's just real facts, dog. So you really have to give that dude a lot of credit for this, this alley-oop he's trying to hand Manny. But I will say this, nobody's going to be more critical of Manny than me and most Miami fans, because it's like, Manny, this has to be a 10-win schedule, and on a bad year, it has to be 9. You see what I'm saying?
What you got for us, Keyshawn? What you got?
I mean, who's I mean, what's Clemson? What does Clemson have? Because that's really the only team to really worry about, or UNC as well.
At the ACC, yeah, Clemson's really the only team in the ACC. UNC's making a little bit of moves, but UNC has done this before with Butch Davis. UNC is not a long-term powerhouse. I would argue that Clemson's not a long-term, but what Clemson has done, they gave Dabo, which you're not going to see at most top, but you got to understand that when Dabo took over Clemson, they weren't a top-notch program, so they had they were afforded the opportunity to give Dabo the opportunity to fail. For instance, Florida State isn't going to let Mike Norvell go 3-6 again. It's not going to happen. Mike Norvell goes 3-6 again, his ass is out the door, and we'll be looking again, and the rebuild will be longer. But FSU has built up a legacy and a tradition of being a college football powerhouse for the last 20, 30 years, whatever you want to call it, since I've been alive. So that's 30 years.
Right.
Dabo didn't have to worry about that.
Right.
Period. So Dabo was afforded the opportunity to be average at best. What they did with Dabo, which was genius, because I've told Jurgen this many a times. I don't know if you've ever seen me in the chat. Dabo is not a great coach at all. Like, when we're talking X's and O's, I can name 30 better coaches than Dabo Swinney.
Oh, for sure.
But what Dabo is amazing at, what he's great at, he is what college football is today. He's the CEO. And what Dabo can do is Dabo can say, I know my weaknesses. I will hire the greatest offensive coordinator I can find, the greatest defensive coordinator I can find, the greatest wide. I will have an elite staff, and I'll just let them guys do the work, and I'll get all the credit in the end. And that's what Dabo has done to this point.
But see, and from a Miami standpoint, so I think Manny has a longer leash than I think people give him. You know what I'm saying? From the outside looking in, because look at the leash. I don't know how else to say this, but Manny's dad was the mayor of Miami. Manny's a Cuban descendant in Miami. There's just a lot that feeds into it. People want to see Manny be good in Miami. Like, I don't care what anybody says. So, but what did Manny do? He went out and hired Lashley. He tried to hire a defensive coordinator. It failed, right? And I told you this in the chat, Adrian, and you were there too, Keyshawn, is at the end of the day, if Manny doesn't take control of this defensive thing, I think he would get fired pretty quickly. He listened to me without hearing me, right? But he hired the right offensive guy. He's got what I think is a pretty good supporting staff defensively. But I think Manny has 2 years to make or break this thing in Miami. I think Norvell, truthfully, if he does anything 500 or below next year, I think he's gone. Like, I absolutely think he's gone.
I agree.
You don't bring in Mackenzie Milton. You don't bring in all the transfers you did.
Thank you.
And here's the other thing.
There's no excuses for next year. I'm not saying FSU needs to win 10 games. But like you just said, if they win anything lower than 6, I don't know how Norvell keeps his job.
But real quick, I'm gonna go on Norvell, but go back to Dabo. If you look at Norvell, we did 52-10 last year. If Norvell loses to Miami by 3 touchdowns, the seat's not going to be hot. The seat is going to be lit with fire, soaked in gasoline. That's what that's going to be. You can't lose to Miami like that again.
I don't disagree with that.
Now, the other thing is this for Dabo.
I mean, Miami is what got Taggart fired.
Right. For Dabo.
Well, I mean, actually, Taggart was actually fired before then, but that was the last straw. Taggart
on the case.
The Wake Forest game had pretty much sealed Taggart's tenure.
But again,
well, that's a different conversation. Go ahead, Jordan.
But but again, shout out to Rousseau, but also shout out to a dude like Jamie Newman. He didn't play bad teams. He just looked like he wasn't prepared, right? So to that CEO mentality, he was too much of a CEO when y'all needed him to be an offensive coordinator. You see what I'm saying? You didn't need Browns.
I won't even say you're talking about Taggart.
But yeah, because Adrian, I think
I won't even say that because from what I gather, he didn't let Kendall Briles do his thing. I want you to pay attention. There's a reason why Jordan Travis didn't see the field until Taggart got fired.
I hear you.
Taggart didn't want Jordan, which really baffles me that Taggart didn't want Jordan Travis when at USF he had Jordan Travis as his starting quarterback that won him all those games.
But if you're gonna be the CEO and you're gonna let Kendall Briles run his offense,
he didn't.
But hear me out, Adrian. What I'm saying is he's trying to wear two hats at once. It's clear to me that's what he was doing. And when we played Oklahoma State, I was telling y'all in the chat, I said at halftime, if Manny don't get in there and take this damn clipboard, I quit, right? Because Manny, you are a defensive guy. That's what you're supposed to do. And damn it, Willie, I don't care how much you paid Kendall Briles. If you're not calling every play after a subpar performance, then you should lose your job because that's your calling card, Willie Taggart. That's why you were good at Western Kentucky. You took it over to Oregon. Oregon was mediocre. But if you're failing, you need to take control. That was my problem with Manny until he fired Blake Baker. And that should be your problem with Willie Taggart. You see what I'm saying? With Dabo Swinney, the only reason he got time to build, Adrian, is because Clemson has no expectations.
I was just about to say, because Clemson has no expectations.
They have nothing to worry about.
Clemson was mediocre at best. So all these Clemson fans that come in here and tell you what they are and they're elite, man, kick rocks. Like, y'all were nothing for 20, 30, 40 years.
Y'all used to get your teeth kicked in by Florida State. And real quick to Feely and Tyler in the comments, I'm gonna just call y'all out real quick. If Taggart is garbage as a coach, first of all, y'all know how hard it is to get one head coaching job in college football. This man has not left a head coaching job for a decade. He's not a bad coach, but not everybody knows how to handle every situation. So
to your point, Jurgen, Taggart wasn't ready for what Florida State was.
You were perfect at Oregon.
He wasn't ready for that expectation. He wasn't ready for that pressure. There were certain things that came with Florida State. Florida State is not Oregon. I don't care what Oregon fans tell you. Oregon fans can tell you all day that they're an elite program, but they're not. There's a reason why their trophy case is empty.
Right. It's
not an elite program.
There was a head coach at Nevada that came up with the pistol. He was there for 20 years, right? Listen, some people are just meant to be mid-major head coaches, and that may be Willie Taggart.
Absolutely.
And that's fine. And when Willie went to Oregon, nobody's going to talk about this, and this is completely off topic today. Willie hired one of the best recruiters in the country, Mario Cristobal. That was a genius hire.
At Oregon, that was a great hire.
Right? Then he hired Jim Leavitt, who was a genius hire at the time, and Oregon got back moving in the right direction after a 3-win season under Willie Taggart. You have to give him credit. He knows how to coach. John White, I don't care what his record is. You can't say he doesn't know how to coach football. You can't say that. You can't say that. And you can't say he doesn't know how to do it at an elite level. But what you can say, though, is Willie Taggart isn't a Florida State level or a Miami level or a Florida level head coach. You can absolutely make that statement. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing ignorant about that. There's nothing wrong
with offense, man. He built Pac-12 offenses, man. He doesn't build SEC.
I'll give you one even better, Keyshawn. Willie Taggart, it was down to Alabama and Oregon for Tua Tagovailoa, right? What if Willie gets Tua at Oregon? Do you think he ever leaves Oregon? Come on, dog.
Nope.
If Willie gets Tua at Oregon, Tua wins the Heisman, Oregon wins 10, 11 games, and this man, Willie, is riding off into the sunset on a $40 million contract. I put money on it. You know what I'm saying? Here's it. You are what your record says you are. Okay, yeah, on paper, but paper's not reality, right? Paper's never reality. We talk about Jeff Fisher all the time, Keyshawn, because you're a Rams fan. Oh, Jeff Fisher is an average head coach. If Jeff Fisher wasn't Jeff Fisher, the Rams would not have Aaron Donald. Am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about that, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The Rams got one of the deepest rosters in football because of a foundation that Jeff laid. Don't talk to me about record. You know what I'm saying? Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. And I'm not trying to come at you, John White. Like I don't got nothing personal. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not what this is. But coaching football is the hardest thing to do on planet Earth. Like I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says. It's so. I coached football JV freshman varsity level for 5 years. I mean, by the way, Adrian, I got a coach, a position coach here in the state of Texas. I'm gonna get him on the show.
Yeah, definitely.
You know Benny, Keyshawn. I'm gonna get Benny on the show here one of these Fridays.
Yes, sir.
So he coached some coach grad, SMU grad coaches. I'm gonna get him down here, right? But the reality is this, right? You're gonna sit here and say record. You're gonna say record. Look at this guy, No Squad. He made the locker room worse. The locker room was shit when Jimbo left, and you gave Willie 2 years to fix it.
That's a Miami fan saying that, No Squad. It's just a fact. Like I have Freddie Stevenson on the channel, so if you don't want to listen to Jurgen, right, go back and watch that interview I had with Freddie Stevenson. He told you. Right. He told you, a guy that was an actual player in that locker room at that time. He told you, he said the locker room was bad before Jimbo left. The only thing that held that locker room together was the fact that they were winning games.
Right. Hey, what they say, winning solve everything, man.
Right. That's the only thing that held it together. So I want to get into, because we're at 3:40. Like me personally, again, I'm good. But we're at 3 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know about you, Jared.
I got you another 20 minutes, Alo.
Okay, another 20 minutes. So with that said, let's get in. Let's project. Let's project next year's guys, not the guys that we already talked about. We already talked about the Russos. We already talked about Asante Samuel and all these guys. Who do you see on Miami next year that could potentially make a splash? And Keyshawn, who do you have? Maybe for Florida State or whoever that you think could make a splash next year.
Let me just jump real quick. We know the eligibility rules are different. You know what I'm saying? So it throws everything off. But the first names that come up to mind, guys, I'm always going to keep it realistic with you, right? Nesta Silvera. I think Nesta has a really high ceiling.
I thought Nesta was going to go pro after last year, to be honest with you.
And he would have been a 5th rounder. Realistically, he would have been a 5th or 6th rounder. I think if Nesta gets coached up by Coach Simpson like I think he can, I think his ceiling is a 2nd rounder, probably a 3rd. And I think we're talking about a situational or primarily 3 technique, pass rushing, D tackle, and a 4-3. I don't think he's a nose. Bubba Bolden, I think the ceiling is late round 1. Likely a round 2 pick, maybe round 3. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adam. Nesta did not finish strong. I'd agree with that. Navon Donaldson, he came off an injury, and nobody's talking about this dude right now, Adrian. Navon's coming back, and he is a 6'6", 350-pound monster at guard. I think Navon comes back, makes the O-line a whole lot better. He's 22 years old right now. Grown man body, grown man strength. I think Nesta's probably going to be a 3rd rounder next year. If he has a great year as a guard, he'll go 2nd round. Al Blades Jr. I'm very iffy on Al. I think Al is a really, really, really great press guy when he's locked in. I think Blake Baker took that away from him. I'm looking forward to seeing Al Blades Jr. step forward to be a press corner.
Is he coming? I know he was dealing with that COVID stuff. He's coming.
Yeah, he's back. He's back. He got cleared. He's back. Another guy, Tyreek Stevenson, transferred from Georgia. They're saying he's the best defensive player on the field. That's ahead of Bubba. That's ahead of anybody we got. I'm going to assume, as the kids give each other a whipping back there, I'm going to assume that Tyreek Stevenson is a first-round guy at his maximum, most likely a second, third-round
So
guy.
who's taking your pass rushing? You lost some guys, man.
Right. Nobody old.
3 guys.
Nobody old.
Nope.
So nobody that's really draft eligible except
Russo, Phillips, Roche. You lost all them guys. So who's coming in and who's?
I think Jafari Harvey's the only draft eligible guy. I think he's Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie area. I think he's going to be decent. I don't know how much of a jump he's going to take. But between him and also Chance Williams, who's going to be a redshirt freshman or a true freshman with these rules, I think Chance is going to make a big jump. I think in 2 years, you'll talk about Chance being, a top 3-round pick. That's what I think he's going to do. Chance right now, last I checked, 6'4", 250, coming out of high school. So he's probably about 265 right now, maybe a lean 255 doing his thing. So I think I will say this, if we're talking just about the strength of the team, linebacker is a big issue for us. Corey Flagg Jr., nobody really talks about him on a national level. He's going to be a dog. He's going to be a 120 tackle guy for us, no doubt for me. I think we're looking for a weak side linebacker. I don't think we have one that kind of stands out to me at the moment. But Gervin Hall's another dude, 3rd or 4th round guy. I don't see anybody right now that steps out as like, oh, damn, that's definitely going to be a first-round talent. But we'll have a bunch of draftable guys next year. That's for sure. I definitely think that much.
What you got, Keyshawn?
Man, honestly, as a big FSU fan, I don't know what our draft status is going to be past this year, to be quite frank, man. Because looking at I think there's a couple things. There's looking at what we're losing this year, and then what is our philosophy going to be moving forward. There's a lot of things that we need to replace. Even, you could say players like Terry need to be replaced, Wilson need to be replaced. The Muslim safety got to be replaced, which I think he's going to be a pretty good prospect this year too.
Who is that?
Nasruddin. I don't know how you say his last name. I don't want to sabotage his name. Unfortunately, these guys, the tape was subpar this year. But I think there's just a lot of slots that we got to fill. And in terms of just what are we going to be philosophically, or what are we trying to be philosophically moving forward? Are we going to be like a more spread team? Are we going to throw the ball a lot more? Are we going to be a physical team? Because I basically see we're losing a lot of, essentially this year, we're losing a lot of offensive, a lot of defensive linemen. And really a lot of the firepower that we think that we have on the team. So my main focus for next season, honestly, once we kind of figure out the quarterback situation, that's a whole nother thing. Is truly, really and truly, what is our philosophy going to be? Because I think that's going to really dictate the positions we focus on moving forward.
That's fair. I agree with you in a lot of that. Like, it's hard to project for Florida State. Like, it's hard to project for next year any type of draftable. Part of that is because we're very young. Like, if you look at our key positions, man, we're really young at a lot of positions. So while that may be a thing to look for in the future and say that's a bright aspect is that we're young and we can develop, blah, blah, blah. For next year, as far as the draft goes, again, to me, Jermaine Johnson is the one guy that stands out for me. Maybe Milton. Like, maybe if Milton puts together a great season, compared also if you can put it together with what he did at UCF, maybe a team maybe takes a flyer on Mackenzie Milton. He is undersized, but that tends to not be a big of an issue with the quarterback position in today's game. I mean, we've seen undersized quarterbacks go, so
they might even give him a Taysom Hill role or something like that too.
Yeah. So with Mackenzie Milton, it's interesting. We'll see how he plays, which will determine where he goes. Other than Milton and Jermaine Johnson, I don't know if FSU has too many guys. I mean, Robert Cooper, if he declares, he'll be draftable. The question is, I don't know where he'll be draftable. I don't necessarily think it's a first round guy right now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how his last year pans out. Yeah, and I don't necessarily know. I don't see other than Jermaine Johnson, Milton. If Coop decides to go pro, we'll see there. Other than that, I don't really see a guy that really sticks out for Florida State like that. You're like, okay, that guy is an NFL player. You know, I don't know. I honestly don't know if I see that. If I'm being completely honest.
You know, most.
You
of
know
those
what though,
guys
Adrian,
have left.
You don't have that much. Like you guys are redefining yourselves. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's part of the problem. Is like you don't have anything solid to kind of lay your foundation on for a level of expectation, right? So like I don't think y'all left last season saying, damn, Mike Norvell is really good at this one thing. You see what I'm saying? Like, how do I put it? Like Jordan Travis came in and he gave y'all a spark, right? But you don't necessarily know, like, you know, like did Mike Norvell find this out on accident? Because it definitely wasn't.
I called that. I you know, as much as I do give credit to Norvell in a sense of, again, I watched the game, and to Norvell's credit, he did understand what he had and called a game plan adequately to what he had.
Sure.
With that said,
he was at Memphis.
Go ahead,
before,
Keisha.
Right? He was at Memphis before, right?
Yeah, he was at Memphis.
Okay.
With that said, I watched Norvell put out a true freshman before he decided to play Jordan Travis. I believe he lucked up into Jordan Travis. I believe that.
And that's what I'm saying. Like you can't.
I don't know what he saw in Tate Rodemaker that made him think that Tate Rodemaker was a better option than Jordan Travis. What, boy? Okay, go watch TV. But I believe that he thought that Rodemaker was better than Jordan Travis at some point, obviously, because he put him in before he ever put Jordan Travis in. And they tried to backtrack on that and say, well, Jordan Travis wasn't fully healthy. He wasn't fully healthy, but the man played the rest of the games that season. So come on.
But that's what I'm saying is like it's hard to again. I can look at Miami and I can say, okay, Manny is going to put out some safeties. I just know that. I know that, and I know he's going to have some pass rushers. I know that. I don't know who it is. I know that. Everything else is up in the air. But for y'all, it's just kind of like, damn, like, you know, somebody mentioned in the comments, Tyler. He's like, oh, well, you know, what about Corbin? Well, like, again, running backs are a dime a dozen.
Yeah.
So
Corbin would have to go for 1,000 plus, and
probably 15. He'd have to give me 15.
Yeah, Corbin would have to
give me 15.
And in Norvell's system, where he uses 3 or 4 running backs, Corbin's not going for 15.
Well, but I think that's Norvell's system, though. I mean, he had 3 backs go consecutive years. You know,
that's fair.
One of them is slipping my name, though. I can think of 2, but one is slipping my name.
One of them plays for Dallas. I don't remember the other one.
It's
Tony Pollard is one that I know.
Antonio Gibson.
Tony Pollard, Antonio Gibson, and Darrell Henderson.
Right. So you look
fair, but that was in the AAC, not the ACC. I'd be interested to see how that goes.
Absolutely. He don't got.
And that's the problem.
Najee Harris,
and that's part of the problem.
Derrick Henry. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
but no. To Alo's point, no, I definitely I'm like that too. You know, just because you're doing it in the MEAC and the MWAC, it don't mean you know. It is what it is. So,
but that's the point though. Is like, you know, I look at even Rhett Lashley. He coached a national championship game for Auburn. He had 2 fantastic years at SMU. So I can look at Lashley and I say, okay, I have a vision for what Lashley football is going to look like, and I can at least say, if we're successful, I should probably see 2 really good receivers come out of Miami next year. You know what I'm saying? Like I should probably see a pretty decent tight end come out of Miami next year. I don't think you guys know that for Norvell at the moment, right? that offense, and this is, if y'all ever listen to me talk, I do get into schematic a lot. It is honestly, I'm just going with what's the highest percentage play. I'm not locking in on anybody. But we all know when you get to a big program like a Florida State or like a Miami or like an Alabama or like, a Michigan or whatever, I'm sorry, but your best playmaker better get the football. And the chances are you're not going to have 5 guys on the field as good as that playmaker like you did at Memphis, where you could spread it out. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, Norvell, I need you to adapt a little bit and show me a little something so I can be like, you know what? Based on what I saw last year, my quarterback's going to throw for 5,000 yards. My running back's going to go for 15. I just don't see that yet, but it's just a matter of time. Adam's saying it right there. What's the identity for Norvell at FSU?
I mean, that's a fair question, but at the same time, Norvell, and I don't know why he did this, but he thought James Blackman was going to be the starter. He thought James Blackman was going to be the starter.
Trash.
And once James showed his colors, he didn't have an answer for James, which was the problem. I don't know. I don't necessarily know. Let me rephrase that. I know what Norvell wants to run, and it's not what Jordan Travis does great. What Jordan Travis does great is run the ball. If you watch FSU after Jordan Travis took the helm, they were essentially a triple option offense. I called that. Everybody tell me, don't call it triple option. It's RPO. Motherfucker, it's damn near the same thing almost. And they ran a lot more triple option. Bro, they ran a lot more triple option, but they just ran it out of the spread than instead of the traditional shit that we saw at Georgia Tech. We were a triple option offense last year. It was Jordan Travis, the running back, or a quick screen to the receiver, maybe taking a deep shot every now and then. We were a triple option offense last year. We just ran it out of a spread. We didn't run it out of the what do you call it, Jurgen? The shit that Georgia Tech was running. What do you call that formation? We didn't run it out of that traditional triple option formation.
Correct.
We ran it out of a spread formation. Yeah, but we were a triple option offense last year. That's not what Norvell wants to run. What he wants to do is what he did at Memphis and sort of mix the run game in, but he wants to spread the ball out as well. He's a pro-style spread. So the question is, can Milton give him that? Can Milton give him that? Or has Jordan? Everything I'm hearing out of practice, and this is spring practice, don't put much stock into it, whatever. Everything I'm hearing that is Jordan Travis has really gotten better as a passer. Even with that said, there's no way you brought Mackenzie Milton in here to not start.
But here's the thing. If Norvell, Tyler's saying it in the comments, Tyler, we're going to revisit this during the year. I'm going to be back. I'm going to be back. So Tyler says in the comments, he says Norvell was willing to change immediately once someone didn't work. I'm going to say this. Right now, if Travis
he did do that, though.
But hear me out.
I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but he did do that.
He changed because he had to.
He had no choice. There you go. He had no choice.
And there's a difference between had to and need to, right? Can you recognize that you need to change? So if you have Mackenzie Milton, are you bold enough to say to yourself, I think I can do a little bit better with Jordan Travis because I have this act, right? If Travis is getting better like you say you are, Alo, that's how y'all going to see.
That's what I'm not saying that. Obviously, I'm
in
Hawaii. I'm not seeing that shit. But everything I've heard is that Travis he's actually gotten better throwing the ball. But that it's spring practice. Again, don't take much stock in spring.
Right. I'm just throwing that out there. So look, man, I think we obviously, and not to cut short, but just the reality of it. We did a lot of good chat today. I do think we did leave some meat on the bone.
Bro, 4 hours worth. So 4 hours.
And shout out to everybody. I think there's about 20 people that have been here and all that. Shout out to y'all, man.
It got up to about 30, I think. So
yeah,
we had a solid audience.
Yeah, it's off season, but look, guys. You know, Alo. You know me. I'm a father of 4. This way past me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna have to cut it short here. But hey, man.
No, you're good. You're good.
I really appreciate it, man. I appreciate everybody, man. If you haven't subscribed already to my dog,
you stayed 4 hours, so bro, you're good.
Yeah. No, hey, subscribe, man. Alo, I'd love to continue the conversation here in the near future. I got a couple of guests. I got one guest that just confirmed with me that he seems like he's down.
Bro, we're gonna get. This is gonna be a thing. Like I know me and you specifically want to do our own. Yeah, we're gonna do our own channel that I really want to do separate of this because this is. At the end of the day, this is a Florida State channel. Like Jurgen's my dog, but he's a Miami fan.
Right.
Kate rocks. This is a FSU channel, first and foremost.
Right.
But I do everybody who follows me knows I hate the University of Florida to the point where I don't even talk about them. I don't even talk about them. Yeah. But I do respect the University of Miami because you got no choice to respect Ed Reed, Ray Lewis. Even though I don't like Ray Lewis the person, I always have to make that. I always have to say that I don't like Ray Lewis the person because he's a fake ass dude. But that's neither here nor there. Even though I respect Ed Reed, Sean Taylor, Ray Lewis, and the list goes on. That's why Jurgen's on here now. Me and Jurgen are definitely going to do our own thing on a separate channel. Once we get that that's in the works, guys. Don't worry about that. Keyshawn, bro, you're welcome on anytime.
Anytime. I appreciate it.
You're welcome on anytime.
Just want to say the only Gator I respect is Aaron Hernandez. Rest in peace. Even though he's but
you respect the killer.
No. Every time he played Florida State, man, he made us.
He was a dog.
He made us look like fools, man. Straight up fools, man. So. Shout out to him.
There's only like 2 or 3 Gators I really respect, and that's Javon Curse. I do respect Emmitt Smith, and fuck, I just forgot his name that quick. Javon Green and him. Jaquez Green. Jaquez Green. He was a monster. Jaquez Green was good. Those are like the only 3 Gators that I really give props to. Chris Leak, I do like Chris Leak, but come to find out, he was kind of a rapist. So that's neither here nor there. So,
leave that for another chat, bro. That was crazy when I heard that.
That's neither here nor there as well.
Yeah, we need to let someone else be alleviated of some allegations before we have that conversation.
Yeah. But look, man, I'm gonna go, man. But Alo, I'm gonna contact you. We'll talk about the next show, man. Like I said, I got a guest.
Hey, whatever guest you have, by all means, I will definitely let me know. I'll definitely bring them on because
respect, bro. Hey, man, appreciate y'all, man. Much love, y'all.
Hey,
all right, man. Go to bed, man. Go to bed.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll let y'all.
All right, bro.
Later.
All right, Keyshawn. Me and you, I'm not gonna be on here too much longer, but anything you have left to say?
Man, I'm mad FSU messed up the opportunities we had, man, because we really had a pocket where UF was down, U1 was down. And
see, you're bringing up a whole different, bro. You're bringing up a different conversation that can go another 3 hours. We're not going to do it, but you're bringing up a whole different conversation. And that has a lot to do with the fact that, I respect I'm one of the few Florida State fans that I'll sit here and tell you, if I could get Jimbo back tomorrow, I'd take him.
All right.
Despite all the shit that he did, I'd take him.
Buy out the contract and everything.
Yeah, if I could get Jimbo back tomorrow, I'd take him. But Jimbo acted like a child on his way out, and I honestly don't respect that about him. As much as I respect the coach, the fact that you didn't get what you want, so you tanked a season, basically, sabotaged the program in the sense that it's very well documented that the man didn't recruit the last 6 months of his tenure.
Right.
Like Recruit said that they didn't. Recruit said that they didn't hear from Florida State for 4, 5, 6 months.
That's wild, bro. That's wild.
That's wild.
Just because you didn't get what you want.
Just because you didn't get what you want, I can't respect that, man. And in hindsight, yes, I wish Florida State would have gave Jimbo what he wanted, but the way Jimbo acted, man, I don't respect it. I just can't respect it.
Right.
But you're right. You're right. The fact that we had Florida was down, Miami was down, we should still be at top 5 in college football right now. And the fact that we're not is embarrassing.
It's not even like we're mediocre, man. We're
not even mediocre. We're bad. We're bad. We're bad. We're bad.
It's like you know, I went to FSU as a freshman in 2006.
Yeah.
Right. So that was like the Jeff Bowden as offensive coordinator days.
Yep.
And those are some bad days, man. And I think in 06, I think it was 06 or 07, we lost to Wake Forest bad in the rain.
Like 30-0 or something like that. It was bad.
First 2 passes was picks. Alfonso Smith was having anyway, man. In the rain at Doak. You know, I'm just thinking, you know, it's never gonna be this bad again. And then next thing you know, man, after those highs of national championship, man, you just get those lows again. You're like, man, what the hell, bro? I thought never in the same lifetime would I come back to this.
Again, we're not gonna be on here much longer, but do you believe in Mike? That pause tell me you might not believe in old white Mike.
I'm really kind of like you. You know, I kind of feel like if you don't come up from the SEC or ACC, then I don't really believe in you like that. Cause you know what you're doing at Memphis, bro, against the MEAC or the Conference USA teams or whatever the hell it's called, bro. You know, and I feel like anybody could do that. Anybody could line up in that pistol and do that trickery and do razzle dazzle, bro. But
here's what I do believe in. I'm watching Mike Norvell get 5-star commits. Now, whether they I think Travis Hunter sticks. I don't think Travis Hunter's going anywhere. Now, I would hate to come back and tell you I'm wrong about that, but everything I've heard from the kid, every interview he does, he says he's not wavering. So I can only take him for his word. He said he's not going anywhere. I think there's a couple guys that may be on the, like Sam McCall, he's a 5-star, but I wouldn't be surprised if I would not be shocked if Sam McCall didn't sign with FSU when it's all said and done. But I think Norvell's a better recruiter than people give him credit for. The big question for me with Norvell is,
can you put it together?
Yeah, right. On the field, what is this team gonna look like? Because there's no way a team that won 3 games this past season. We're top 10 right now in recruiting. We have 2 5-stars, one of the top players out of South Florida, and Najee Kelly. Like we got some guys, and we're in the mix for some other good guys. My question for Norvell is, can he make that? Because to me, when I look at this team, I actually have a little bit of faith in Norvell and Kenny Dillingham. I think the offense is in pretty solid hands.
Right. Even last year, the offense mid to late season kind of started catching some kind of rhythm. It wasn't necessarily the prettiest, but I think they started.
It wasn't the best offense, but you could look at the fact that Norvell took what he had and tried to make the best of it.
Right. They got an identity. Given
it's really that defense for me where I'm like, I don't know. If Norvell doesn't make a change on defense, his time at FSU is numbered. Now, maybe Adam Fuller proves me wrong this upcoming season. I don't see it. Which is why I think we're about 7-6 win team.
Yeah.
But that's really where I'm at with it, bro. That's really where I'm at with it. I think Norvell, I like some of the things he does. There's some things that kind of like, But we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, we'll see. I mean, Jimbo wasn't proven until Jimbo was proven, so we'll see. Because the only success Jimbo ever had was with Nick Saban beforehand. So I mean, we'll see. Philly says Mike is gonna prove his haters wrong, especially when he makes a couple coaching changes. But see, that's the point I'm talking to, Philly. Like, how long before he makes the coaching changes? Because I think everybody thinks we need to make a defensive coordinator change right now. I think everybody sees that, but Mike Norvell. Even though I've talked to certain people within the program or with outside knowledge that said that Mike Norvell has already wanted to fire Adam Fuller, which again, that's a whole nother subject of administration and not allowing a coach to get rid of that. I'm not even going to get into that. But if Mike Norvell truly wanted to fire Adam Fuller and wasn't allowed to, I don't even know what to say on that. What you got, Keyshawn? What you got? Keyshawn, you hear me? You can't hear you, bro. We can't hear you. I don't know if you muted. You didn't mute yourself. There you go. I hear you now. Now we can't hear you again. So you keep cutting in and out. Tyler says y'all been trashing Mike. I don't know, Tyler. I think I've been pretty positive on Mike. I just call it how it is. Mike gonna prove his haters wrong, especially when he makes a couple coaching changes. That I already addressed that. How could it get any worse? With Allen Atkins on the offensive will flourish. It starts up front. And I feel like Chevy Chase and Christmas Vacation. How could it get any worse? We are the threshold. So there you have it. What you got, Keyshawn? I hear you now.
And it can't be about making. Well, it got to be about making minor adjustments this year. It can't be about major adjustment like play calling and things like that. They need to have it more figured out. And that defense is crucial. Like, we got to be able to at least stop nosebleeds, man.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Been able to stop nosebleeds, man. We got to be able to stop nosebleeds. Like, we got to hold a team to 28 points. I feel so crazy saying
at
that.
least, right? Can we be serviceable on defense? I think if we can be serviceable on defense, we can win 7-6 games, 8 games.
I gotta feel like this dude gonna go out there and make a stop, bat a ball down, like apply some pressure.
There you go.
Them dudes wasn't doing nothing, man.
Nothing last year.
Nothing. Like Cats was really playing individual ball. Like Asante was playing individual ball.
It wasn't just Asante. I had people come on this channel, Freddie Stevenson and other guys, tell me that there were players last year who Corey Dirt. I mean, they didn't say names, but I'm just gonna assume because I watched the game. There were kids last year who didn't follow the game plan. The game plan could have been one thing, and they decided to go out there and play their own game. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how Adam Fuller, how that defense is, because we all assume that coming into 2021, you hush. We all assume that coming into 2021, that Adam Fuller is going to have more command of a defense that's going to be primarily of the guys who have bought in. Look, I'm giving Adam Fuller a chance. We'll see what happens, but he has no excuses as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what you think, but like you said, there was a lot of guys playing individual ball last year. And defensively, you can't do that. You can't play individual ball.
I mean, once Scary Terry and Wilson opted out, you kind of
knew,
you
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
see where
yeah,
because
absolutely.
they were kind of the two kind of linchpins of the team, and when they were like, nah, that's that. The rest of the team just kind of folded. So
You're right about
it's
that.
unfortunate, man.
I do feel like there's a few kids that we got addition by subtraction. I do feel like there's some kids that scary. I hate to say it, but Tamarion Terry being one, I don't feel like he ever really bought in. I mean, we saw him argue with Dugans on the sideline during Miami. Like, we saw that.
Yeah.
Now, I understand football's a game of passion, man. I've been there, done that. I understand that. Football is a game of passion, but there's a certain you can't do that if you're Tamarion Terry, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But we saw Tamarion Terry argue on the sideline with Ron Dugans. We saw Warren Thompson be I hate to call him a cancer, but can you call him anything else? Warren Thompson called out Willie Taggart and his tenure at Florida State, and he called out Mike Norvell publicly on Twitter. What else is he?
Right.
I mean, he's not on the program. He's not on the program anymore. So I do think there is some addition by subtraction with Florida State as we go into next year. We'll see, man. We'll see what Florida State end up doing. I'm semi-confident on them. I do think the Notre Dame game is going to tell me everything I need to know. Because I think you're catching Notre Dame. You're catching them at home. They're going to be putting in a new quarterback, a new offensive line, a new.
Perfect. I mean,
they got some big time defensive players
once you hit college,
go ahead.
Yes, sir. Perfect time to catch them.
I think you're catching Notre Dame at a perfect time.
You're catching them off a high turnover year.
There you go. If that team comes out and Notre Dame goes for 40 points, then we're in trouble. Period. And Norvell is on the hot seat. But if we come in, even if we lose the game, but let's say we hold Notre Dame to 28 and we lose the game 28-24, I can see that as a progress. I know that might not be what people want to hear, but that's a lot better than what we did last year defensively.
Yeah, it's crazy that you're saying that because in my head I'm like, bro, how are we like? It's crazy. Last 5-6 years we've struggled against Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Even when Jameis was there, we struggled against Notre Dame.
That was different. But
I know.
That was different. That again, Jimbo. I hate this. Jimbo let that team do what it wanted to do, but whatever. Strictly talking about Mike. You know, I've defended Mike on a lot of things that he's done, and I've also questioned him and not defended him on some things. One of the things I've defended Mike on is a lot of people made a big deal that Mike Norvell came in with this stipulation of no earrings, no hoodies, and everybody was like, "Oh, that's anti," you know how it goes. "Oh, that's anti-black. He's targeting the black athlete," and I'm like, "Bro, it's a standard. I don't have a problem with him setting a standard because last time I checked, any big time corporation you go to in the real world, it don't even have to be a big time corporation, but everybody has a standard. You can go work for UPS, you can work for FedEx, you can go work for Walmart. There's a standard. Now, some standards may be more lenient than others. But if I go work for a job and they say you can't wear earrings and hoodie, God damn it, I can't wear earring and hoodie. And if I don't like that, I need to find another job. So I didn't have a problem. I didn't have a problem with Norvell setting a standard. A lot of people did. I didn't. I didn't have a problem with Norvell setting certain other standards or what. At the end of the day, though, your standards start to ring hollow when you're winning 3 games.
Right. Right.
So
Yep,
so
yep.
no, he got to pick it up. He got to pick it up. Absolutely, he has to pick it up.
Yep. If you're gonna have them cats towing the line, then the boosters and the fans need results because
Right.
like you say,
right.
otherwise the standards are ringing hollow, bro.
What are you
You
doing?
know, that's college football is crazy. It's only two people that gotta be happy: fans and the boosters. If they are happy,
I would
it's
even
not
disagree
happening.
with. I would disagree with that. Only the boosters need to be happy. Fans don't pay the bills unless the fan is a booster. Unless the fan is a booster, the fan doesn't pay. Only the boosters need to be happy, and if the boosters are happy, you're good to go. And that was Willie's problem. Willie didn't. As nice as Willie was, he didn't win enough games to make the boosters happy.
Nope.
But we're gonna close it out.
They expected a certain standard, which is funny. It's funny. They expected a certain standard, but they weren't willing to pay to keep that.
Pay it up, and that's I think Freddie talked about it when I interviewed him. He was saying like those players and that Jimbo Fisher, when Jimbo Fisher was on his game, those guys earned the right to have the upgraded facilities, the upgraded all of this stuff, and the fact that they didn't get it. I think it's one of the reasons why you find that a lot of former FSU players from that era don't come back to the program because they won national champions. They won a natty. They won the ACC. They dominated Clemson. They dominated Miami. They dominated Florida. And you don't award them with the facilities upgrades. And yes, FSU has earned $100 million over the last year with the boosters. So that's something that I think is coming in the future. But a lot of the former players do feel a certain type of way about the fact that you didn't give them that you didn't give them that
earned, basically.
Right, what they earned. So you got a lot of players right now, and I'm just call it like I see it, that haven't earned the upgraded facilities, which FSU will probably get the upgraded. They'll probably start building here soon. FSU will probably get the upgraded facilities within the next 3 to 4 years. Okay, that's going to happen. They've already announced that they've generated over $100 million in revenue from the boosters. That's coming. But the fact that you didn't give that same energy to the former players, they hold a grudge against that. And we'll see. We'll definitely see. But we're gonna close out here. What you got? What you want to close out with, Keyshawn? And I'm gonna close out, and we're gonna call it a night. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you.
So what you got? You want to close out? What do you want to close out? You want to close out with anything, and then we're gonna call it a night.
Man, let's call it a night, man. I appreciate it. Let's do this again, man. Let's chop it up. I got some coaching friends too, man, so we could get some coaches speak about different topics too. I do have some FSU friends as well, so we could definitely get some things chop it in.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do this like at least once a week for sure. Well, I try to do it on the weekend so everybody's free. My schedule fluctuates. But I try to do it I'm gonna try to do it Friday, Saturday-ish, so everybody's free, hopefully. But yeah, if you got anybody, man, you want to bring in with some knowledge for sure, let me know. We'll definitely get them on the show.
No, definitely, man. I appreciate
Absolutely.
I definitely appreciate it. It was a pleasure. I will be
Yes,
back
sir.
again.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, man, enjoy yourself. Don't do too much.
Now, I'm finna close it out here.
All right.
All right, bro.
Have a good night, man.
All right, man. Yes, sir. You have a good night. That was it, man. So y'all just tuned into the first episode of the Triple Shot podcast. And I gotta say it was a bit of a success, man. But I think we had a good conversation. The numbers may not show it, man, but we had a damn good conversation. Damn good back and forth. By all means, if you haven't hit the like button, man, hit the like button. I know we're running late. We're running late on in the Eastern time zone, Central time zone. We're running pretty late, so I'm gonna close it out here really soon. Hit the like button if you haven't. Share the video if you have not, please. If you're on social media, share that video. And you hear my son talking in the back, so I'm finna get out of here because I don't know what he's saying, but he going off on me. It's your boy POLK over here on 863 Seminole TV, aka ALO, aka the goddamn truth. We had a great time. Again, the bar is now closed. So we opened it for the triple shot. We closing it now. So whatever drink it. This is your last drink for the night. I want you to hit the like button, share the content. I'm gonna try to bring this weekly, if not, my schedule, man, really fluctuates, and I know everybody else has a life too. But I want to bring this at least every Friday or Saturday if I can. I don't want that, son. And again, I thought we had a good time here tonight. So continue to support. We having fun. We doing our thing. And stay classy, Seminoles. Shout out to all the Miami fans. You expect to see more of Jerg. He's the one Miami guy that we got on here. But shout out, stay classy. And subscribe. Again, subscribe to the channel. And thanks everybody for tuning in. And we out here, baby. We are out here. I'm going to go. I don't know what I'm going to do for the rest of the night. Because it's still early for me, but I know it's late for y'all. But we are out here. Y'all have a good night. And I will see y'all next time. Probably I didn't do a hangover this week. I'll probably do a hangover next week. And so the hangover is not dead. So hangover is still a thing. This is another thing. Triple shot is a whole nother thing. So we're going to do both. Hangover strictly FSU all time, all the day, 24/7. That's what the hangover is. This is a little bit more mixed, FSU, Miami, and everything else we talk about. But anyway, y'all have a good night, man. We at ya.